Be there. Otherwise, it's going to be an interesting journey to the nearest town.
Yeah. So that makes sense. We'll let that stack and at least give you kind of a shot at it or whatnot, and then future potential levels. You can always buy ability score improvements to help your navigating skills. So
Yeah, I was kind of debating that already for a multitude of reasons.
yeah.
Kind
Also,
of
if you
spread
plan
the
on
stats out a little bit.
multi-classing, if you're gonna multi-class and take another level somewhere else, it might help to hit a prerequisite or two. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, that's the only problem is if I'm going to multi-class, I have to build for it. The only thing I could multi-class into right now, I think, is maybe Ranger or, well, no, Fighter or Monk, I guess. But Monk just doesn't make sense from a storyline standpoint unless I randomly find some sort of pirate monk, uh, which if I find a pirate monk in this story, I might multi-class just because that sounds like a fun side quest.
40 pirate monks show up. That's the good news. The bad news is that they all crit and you fucking died. So
Yeah, that sounds about right. But Monk Rogue sounds like a pretty sick multi-class if I build it right. Like if I get up to evasion and then multi-class into Monk, and I can drop sneak attack and flurry of blows all in one round.
I feel like Monk is a class that I really, really, really like, especially after running an epic level one shot with Alec and whatnot. I would have a hard time not dumping all my levels into Monk, and no matter what class I take from like here on out, if I get the option to multi-class, it's to Monk. Key points are the freaking shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've only gotten to play a Monk on one shot, so I haven't gotten the full effect of them, but I love them. And the shit that they can do is wild. That's like I think the only thing that I prefer about D&D over Pathfinder, just in terms of like character building and mechanics, is that the monk class in Pathfinder is total shit and it's busted in D&D.
Oh man, so Alec gave me this item that was basically like a short rest in a bottle, and I could use it in combat, but that would replenish all my key points, and he gave the party these. But essentially it broke down to like it was like a time stop spell when I could take a short rest. So it got out of control. It got to the point where I could potentially do 4 attacks per round, and each attack would I could have spent 3 key points to do a quivering palm. So even if that's 4 strikes that auto kill something if they fail their save, and if they succeed their save, they still take like 10d10 necrotic damage. So on a good case, I'm doing 40d10 of fucking worth of attacks, and that's just the extra damage, not including the actual physical attack. And then I did all that shit with, if I used Flurry of Blows, that was 1 key point. And then if I used Quivering Palm 4 times, that came out to 12 key points. So I did that with roughly 13 key points, and I had 20 at level 20, So, like, with those short rests in a bottle, I was doing fucking ungodly damage to everything. It was fucking great.
That sounds insane. Like I knew monks were busted because at level 5 you can throw out like a ridiculous amount of damage using key points, and I just level 20 had to be fucking wild.
Oh yeah, bro. Like 40 d10 of damage in a turn wild, potentially. Oh man, we had some good moments. That was a fun one.
You should check out the Way of the Kensai monk class. Because if you have a weapon in your hand and you attack, then you get a +2 to AC. So you become harder to hit, even when unarmored. All right, Alec, what were you thinking in the shower?
Oh, um, so I was listening to a Critical Role, and I can't remember what exactly brought it on. But okay, so you cast. So a lot of spells will increase their damage depending on the level that you cast it. So
Casting.
yeah. So okay, take for instance like Sunbeam. So you cast Sunbeam at like, oh no, that's a pretty high level spell. I don't know, but you get what I'm saying. Like you can cast a level 3 spell and it does like 2d6 damage, and it's one of those like concentration type things. I think Moonbeam might be one. I think is a level 3 spell that is like a so and so amount of damage, and it's like concentration and it stays on the field, but it stays level 3 because you cast it at level 3.
Or like spiritual weapon.
Yeah, like that too. And it's like the dice, it doesn't matter like what turn it is, like what turn you're on, how long you've had it out. It's still the same level, like the same amount of dice for damage because that is what you started your cast at. So I was thinking, what if, I don't know if this sounds like if this is like broken or something, like might break the game or something, but what if like you cast it at, say you like cast it at your lowest level possible, level 3, not for any particular reason. You just, okay, like I'm gonna cast a spell at level 3, I do 2d6 damage. But what if like later in the initiative, like a couple minutes later, you're like, okay, well, I want to do more damage because this is something that seems to be working. Would it be kind of like out of reality, like something that would not make sense, but like what if as a caster, someone who's arcane in nature, you just pump more magic into it? So say it's a level, starts at a level 3 spell and you're doing 1d6 damage. Okay, well I just want to add more magic to the spell and like pump in like another like level of effort, and you use a 4th level spell slot to like as an action say I want to use a 4th level, like burn a 4th level spell slot to like pump extra magic into this spell that I already have going, and then you get an extra damage dice roll. Does that make sense? Like you're essentially recasting it, I guess.
But
But
without having to wait the extra turn.
yeah, like out without having to waste the extra turn or
Yeah, I mean, it seems like that could be like an agreed upon homebrew rule where it's like a bonus action to like recast the spell at a higher level, and it would be the narrative equivalent of somebody like shooting lightning out of their hands, and then you see their arms like bulge a little bit and the lightning surges and gets
yeah,
stronger. And
exactly. Like
yeah,
they're pumping more magic into their spell, like they're using more of their power. So
yeah,
like
like they're gonna burn a spell slot to do it, but
yeah.
it's not gonna take a full action because they're already in the middle of casting it.
Yeah, exactly. So like I'm only trying to like bring this up to like try and put it into our current campaign. It's just like a random thought that popped in my head as I was listening to an episode of Critical Role. I was like, oh, what if like you could do this? So like I don't know, I just want to Like, it was an interesting thought that popped in my head. I was like, I need to ask them because this could be broken, or it could be something that could be cool, but not
I think that's
necessarily.
a cool concept, you know, and it makes a lot of sense. And in a lot of cases, mechanically, you know, I mean, it varies by spell, but in a lot of the cases, mechanically, just stopping casting the spell and then casting the spell again at a higher level is, you know, still carries like the same effect in the round or and whatnot. You know, like I don't know. It's just yeah, that makes sense. You know, and if the DM wanted to be a dick about it, it could be like you know, make it like an Arcana or like a religion check, depending if it's arcane or divine magic or something, to actually manipulate the magic that way, or just burn your
Yeah.
spell
I
slot.
would,
You know.
because looking at Moonbeam, it is an action to cast. So I would say if you have Moonbeam out and you want to use a bonus action to upgrade it, then yeah, require an Arcana check to see if you could
Yeah.
do it. Otherwise, you recast it as a full action at a higher level.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, it would take some like workaround because otherwise it could just be like, all right, well, I'm gonna cast this at a low level as an action, and then just use a bonus action later if So like, there's potential of it being, you know, taken advantage of. But I mean, I guess
Well,
that's also with like any rule.
there's not really a lot of spells though that I guess that would fall into, because spiritual weapon is a bonus action to cast. So to recast it at a higher level is just another bonus action, and
Yeah,
you're still burning the same spell slot that you would by upgrading it. So I mean, you could flavor wise it however you want, but I don't think it would really impact gameplay.
yeah,
It'd probably be something along the lines of like magic weapon or witch bolt
yeah,
or something that like
It's an action to
once it's
cast.
yeah, it's action to cast, but once it's summoned, it's just a matter of continuing it.
yeah. That Witch Bolt is a really good example. I was trying to think of a spell like where it would work, but like Witch Bolt is a perfect example because you cast it, and then as long as you remain like you hold concentration, it every turn it continues doing damage to your target.
Yeah,
So
I
like,
think the only reason they wouldn't want to do that, uh, from a DM perspective, is if it's an action to cast, then it does good damage. Bonus actions typically aren't a higher damage, so what you're then doing is allowing them to use it as a bonus action to upgrade and still have an action to put out a high output non concentration if you
yeah,
don't follow the only one spell cast and around and all that fun stuff. So that's the only argument I can see against it. But for most games, I don't see it necessarily being an issue. But like I said, I think I would require an Arcana check of say 15 to be able to manipulate it to a higher level without recasting the whole thing.
yeah, that makes sense. All
Personally,
right. Well, I think we're all here now.
All right. Holler at me if my mic gets wonky. I adjusted it a bit here and there. So, let's do a little bit of a recap. Last session began in the Silver Queen's throne room. The Queen, freshly slain, and her golem and on a murderous rampage. The party united to slay the magical construct, in doing so, letting loose an arcane wave of energy, visible for miles in all directions, indicating to the keep and the city below that the Queen is in distress. After a quick bit of looting, not only the queen, but her private quarters as well, the party stumbles across a secret passage leading to the unknown. After following said passage down several floors of the keep, the party comes upon the queen's secret chambers. A room looking to contain some paintings, portraits, a large alchemical lab, a few torture devices, as well as a few letters and diaries of the queen's, revealing much. After some looting, the party steps through a magical painting that safely delivers them unto an icy cave/cove. After raiding a few supplies and commandeering a small traveling ship, the party departs from this illusion magic protective cove and heads across the Arctic Lake back to Wormhearth. Upon arriving, the party notices that the shadow specialists are nowhere to be found, yet the university students and headmaster are finishing up purging the Silver Queen's influence from the city. After a brief dialogue with the headmaster, a day of rest, and some fitful dreams for some of you, the party sells a pile of loot before making their way north to a supposed hidden location in which the Silver Queen was delivering slaves unto the guildmaster of the Shadow Specialists. Upon reaching the location, another illusion hides a beachy cove, littered a few crates and barrels around on it, a few ramshackle rundown shacks, and a trio of docks and docked ships, one of which is Renwick's father's, the Dawn Treader. All of them laying unused for weeks. And this is where you guys are now. So you have just set this cage down kind of on a pulley and chain, and you've come to this beachy area. Renwick immediately noticed his father's ship and ran aboard. But you guys are kind of just in this nestled little cove, covered slightly, almost like a half dome, but it has got a sandy beach and several crates and supplies and things on it. What do you guys do from here?
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, but it's kind of weak.
How about now?
Much better.
So when we inspected the ship last time, we found it was like that magical ledger, and the ghost martyr got crossed off of it. Did we get a chance to actually look further at the parchment to see if there's any markings to indicate what this list specifically is, or whose it might be, where it's from?
Give me an investigation check as you kind of scrutinize this piece of parchment.
And as he's doing that, he'll glance over and then pass it around and ask if anybody else has an idea. But that's a 14.
With a 14, you kind of gaze at this piece of parchment, and about a dozen, maybe a little more, different names, and the Dawn Treader happens to be one of them. And on this list, you notice that the print, the ink of the names that is written in is just very fluid. It almost flows as if it is water on the ocean, but upon the page. It's almost as if it's written but not firmly in place. You feel like the letters slide and slosh a bit as you kind of look into this piece of parchment. You don't really pick up more than that, but you do notice of the 3 ships in this dock, all 3 of them are on this list, the Dawn Treader included.
Do the ships appear to be empty?
From what you can tell, they all appear to have been in disuse for some time.
What about the beach around these boats? All clear? Any wildlife? Any signs of people being there?
There's a few crates and barrels that have been stacked, in no particular order, just kind of randomly strewn across this beach. And there are a couple of ramshackle huts that look to have been constructed. Looks like some of it's proper lumber and stone, but then other pieces of it is lashed together driftwood with pieces of leather. So it's a very kind of ramshackle hut or two, but there is a few structures on the beach.
Okay, so how many? Sorry, trying to. Been 2 weeks. How many ships are in the harbor currently?
3.
3, and then so I remember looking at the notes. Ghost Martyr was on the list, but then it got crossed off. So Ghostmarder one of the ships, or is it? Are there like 4 names? Were there 4 names before Ghostmarder got crossed off, and then now there's only 3?
No. So there are roughly 13. There's exactly 13 ships, different names on this list at this point in
Okay,
time, and
3 of them
there
are
was
in.
14, but the Ghost Martyr just kind of got a line drawn through it, and then the ink faded within the paper.
Okay,
No longer on the list, but the 3 ships that are currently docked in this harbor, all 3 are on this list.
okay. And what are the names of the 3 that are in the harbor?
You have the Dawn Shredder, the Flying Compass, and the Sea Merchant. Sea Merchant 1, to be specific.
Is there more than one sea merchant on the list?
That's the name of the ship, Sea Merchant 1.
Okay.
Renwick is gonna go out to the party and like pass around the parchment and just say, "I'm not exactly sure what this means, but it seems like somebody's got an entire fleet of ships. Maybe we should inspect the other 2 ships. I'll look around my dad's boat if you guys want to take a look at the other 2, and then we'll figure out a game plan and get out of here."
That sounds like a plan. Um, I'm a little worried about this. That one ship that got crossed off, Ghostmarder. I mean, what does that mean? Did it sink? Did they destroy it themselves? Who wrote this list? I mean, who's on the other end that's crossing off these names?
Well, maybe if we find my dad, he's got some insight on that. But I don't think we're going to get very far unless we find anything on these boats. For all we know, there could be other ledgers. There might be symbols or sigils, something that might give it away. But otherwise, I say we strip these boats, throw everything that we need on here, and we set sail for Tuscargo.
All right, I'll lead the way.
Well, why don't you guys go 2 and 2 to the other boats? I'll take a look around here, and we'll divide and conquer.
All right, later we'll check out the Flying Compass. See if there's anything on there that they can use for, supplies or just anything of value in general.
Okay,
I guess
so
we'll go with Gladier.
okay, Logos and Gladier, you head over to one of the other ships. It is kind of unkept. There's a good layer of dirt and sand, and it looks like it hasn't been used in some time. Both of you guys, if you guys want to kind of inspect the ship, give me investigation checks. We'll say one of you searches the deck above, one of you searches the deck below. So,
Do you guys go to the compass or the merchant?
I said the Flying Compass.
My investigation is shite. I got a 12 on the die, plus 1, 13.
10 on the die, plus 3, 13.
Twinsies.
So you guys both kind of look around. There's not a lot of disturbance in like the sand and the dust and things, but so it must have happened some time ago. But this ship does look to have been thoroughly looted, roughly so. Most of the barrels have been smashed and crates have been torn open. what remains is very little. Not a whole lot of like fresh water, and the ropes are kind of in tatters and things. Like it's not there's not a whole lot worth reclaiming. It looks like somebody beat you to the punch and has already thoroughly looted this boat.
Gotcha. Well, Lucas, I can't find anything here. Not sure if you saw anything, but maybe we should check out these little hovels while the rest of the group looks at the other ship.
I suppose that sounds good. Can I get to the on the top of the ship and just kind of like scan the horizon, make sure there's no like other ships out or anything like that?
Yeah, give me a perception check.
Man, I'm rolling shit. 8, but it's an 18 total.
So you notice that kind of in the cove, until you get out of this little cove that you guys are kind of currently in, you can't really see a whole lot in either direction as far as like your horizon. But what you can see out of this like watery cave mouth is clear seas and open sky. So I assume Locris and Blade are then going to search the other boat.
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah, I'm going to pull out the wand of detect magic and set off a charge on the way over.
Okay. You do so. Both of you guys go ahead and give me some investigation checks as you get on the boat. One of you searches the deck, one of you below deck.
Out of curiosity, about how big is the Dawn Treader? Like, bow to stern.
Well, let me see here. Let me introduce you to the Dawn Treader.
I love it. I love it so much.
Each cube is 5 feet, so it's a decent sized ship. And we'll get to the take the tour on this sucker here shortly, so we're all on the same page. As you gotta kind of have a ship for the sea. So whether you guys want to upgrade, sell out, and buy something completely different.
Excellent. So like a nice
let's
80,
just
80-foot ship. Sweet.
let's just part out this ship. It's not necessary.
Hey now.
I literally
It's a
almost
family heirloom.
I almost it was almost like an exact tracing of a couple of ship like maps that were in the Dungeon Master Guide. So all I did was get a fancy light and some graph paper. Okay, so let's see here. What did you guys? Well, Locris and Blade. What did you guys roll?
Garbage for both of us.
I'm tuning my loot.
All right. Well, unfortunately, there is no magical items aboard the ship, and you come to the same conclusion. It's been roughly looted. All the barrels are smashed. A lot of the crates have been crushed. Like, there's not a lot left in usable supplies here. Renwick, you are kind of hanging out on the boat. We'll talk about this real quick for a second. Give a quick tour of this boat so we're all on the same page. So coming from the bow, on the upper deck, there's two stories to each deck essentially. So the upper deck, it has near the bow there's a large wooden wheel with a rope attached to an anchor on the outside of the boat. So it is essentially how and where you would drop or raise anchor. And this is kind of like an elevated platform. You walk down a flight of stairs from there, just several steps, and you get to the main deck. The main deck is where both masts are, and where like a large removable metal grate sits upon the center. Moving farther down the boat, going up another small set of stairs, leads you to the helm, essentially the wheel that you'll be steering with. And mounted on the back side of the Dawn Treader are two massive ballista crossbows, but they are facing the rear, not out to the side. That being said, as we kind of move to the interior of the boat, going back to the bow, this area on the northern side of the boat is the crew quarters. There is a chest that has been bolted to the floor for so it doesn't shift anywhere, and there are several hammocks that line the walls, as well as a table and a few chairs. You go down some stairs from this crew quarters area to the the main cargo hold, and this area has got a few barrels, a few crates and things. The mast protrudes down to this level as well, and you have the little symbols on the side there are rowboats. So you currently are equipped with 4 separate rowboats. And then as you kind of go farther down, at least in the underside, and up another set of stairs, but still in the still in the below deck rather, you go up another set of stairs, and then there's a steel door. So this door can be locked, and inside is the captain's quarters. And the captain's quarters consists of another table with several chairs, a private desk with his own chair, and then he has a private sleeping quarters, but rather than a wall or a door, it is more of a pull curtain, like a shower curtain, but made of thick wool type of material. And in his bedroom, you have a nightstand near the bed and another chest that is mounted to the floor so that it doesn't shift. So that was my brief tour. I'm sure I'll have to re-explain a shit ton of that as we go forward throughout this campaign. But anyway, moving on from there.
My mic cut out. Could you repeat all that? I'm just kidding.
Locust dies. And anyway. Okay, so you guys said you were going to go check out the structures on the beach. Who's heading that way?
I think Logus and I were. Unless anyone else wanted to join in.
Blade will join along.
Yeah, I'm not finding shit on this boat.
Yeah, while you guys are doing that, Renwick's going to take a look around. I mean, I'd assume he's familiar with this ship, so he would know if there's any, almost, maybe not stashes per se, but just, areas we'd keep important things. Check out the captain's quarters, and while he's in the captain's quarters, he'll pull out his Wand of Secrets and expend a charge.
Okay, give me an investigation check before you expend a charge.
That is a 9, because I am not very intelligent.
You, like the rest of your party, seem that it has definitely seen a good, thorough looting. There is a lot of smashed up crates and barrels, and there's really not a whole lot left in the way of supplies here. As you kind of head to the captain's quarters and bust out your wand, it spins a bit around, but eventually just settles back into your hand.
Fair enough. I think he'll just spend this time while everybody's kind of looking around the other structures. Then I think just straightening up a bit. He takes pride in this ship, and he hates to see it in this condition. I think he's just going to take that time alone to very quietly think and just sweep things up and gather some of the debris, maybe dust some things off, straighten some stuff on the wall.
All right, and so the party approaches. There is a couple of these ramshackle, kind of like huts that are seen better days. They're weathered and they're really not well constructed to begin with. What? How do you guys approach? What do you guys do?
Go to the nearest one, see if I get any magical readings, and just look.
Yeah, I think seeing Locust has his because it's a wand to detect magic that you have, right?
Yeah, it's wand to cast the spell detect magic.
Yeah, so I think seeing that he's got his wand out, and he's you know shooting off the radar to try and get any blips. Later would kind of aim back by Locust and see if he catches anything before moving in to these unknown hovels.
Of one of the two of these kind of ramshackle huts, Locris does give you a faint ping of magic within.
That's the one I walk towards.
Okay. It's not very well put together. The window is kind of wide open as you kind of approach. It's not hard to peek inside, and once you get to the door, the wind's almost blowing it open as it just a casual breeze. It's really not well constructed. Poke your head inside you. This obviously abandoned building. Go ahead and give me an investigation check. I'll give you the basics no matter what, but let's see if you roll well.
Nope. A whole 6. I rolled the exact same thing manually as fucking on the game.
So similar to what the boats have gone through, there are some crates and barrels in these rooms, but they are smashed open. It looks like their contents have already been raided. And the magical ping is actually a piece of parchment laid out on a single table in the center of this room. A few busted chairs lay about, but there's mostly just a bunch of parchment scattered all over the floor, all over this table. It's just kind of everywhere. And a single ping beneath a stack of parchment comes to you. And you move a bunch of pieces of paper aside to find yet another list, a list of these wavy, moving letters, the list of these boats, and it appears to be identical to Renwick's.
Am I able to do an Arcana check to get a sort of nature of the paper?
Yeah, go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
Good old lemonade. That's a 21.
As you kind of are looking at this paper and kind of discerning the list and mulling things over, it appears to be, a list of boats in the employ of someone and in real time. It looks to be as if if a boat was either hired or fired or sank, it would reflect upon this list. This is a list of active boats for a particular guild or faction, perhaps. You're not into 100%.
And I got no magical readings on the one ship. I want to go back to that one and try scratching off the name to see if that has any impact on the list.
It's a pretty decent nameplate that's on this thing, so it will take you a significant amount of time. You're gonna have to put in some effort. It won't be like just scratching out something that somebody carved in. Like it's a pretty nice.
If I go, I'll go up to it and I'll cast the spell magic on the nameplate.
Eldritch Blast.
That's the next step.
You as you feel the magic burst forth from your hand, you feel like perhaps might have burned a spell slot. Not You don't feel the standard arcane force accompanied with actually dispelling some magic.
All right. Then while they're doing something else, I'll just Eldritch Blast until.
You guys see Locris, without saying much to you guys, cast a spell and doesn't seem to work. And out of frustration, he just begins hurling like bolts of this weird black smoky energy at this boat. And yeah, what do you guys do as he kind of has a temper tantrum over here?
I feel like Renwick comes flying out of the captain's chambers, just to like he thinks there's a battle happening, like maybe we're getting raided or it was a trap or something.
I like to think that Logus and Gladier are just watching him, and Logus will turn to Gladier. So Gladier, do you think perhaps this is the guild master we were looking for? That maybe this is his fleet?
Yeah, yeah, it might be at least part of his fleet, but I don't think wrecking ships is going to do anything other than maybe let him know that somebody else has found him. Anyways, I'm going to check out the rest of these little huts. Gladier's just going to walk off and start looking at the other hovels.
Okay, give me an investigation check. It's in similar disrepair. It's been looks like most things of value have already been taken. There's lots of parchments covering the floor and the single table within, a few broken chairs. They're both in pretty rough shape. But give me an investigation check.
Logus will send Tony up into the air to kind of keep a perimeter on the area, and I'll tell him, speak with animals, tell her, sorry, give me a squawk if you see anything or hear anything heading our way.
She definitely obeys your command, like now kind of concerned that worried that, since you guys have only recently reunited.
I'll give her some scritches and a meat before she flies off.
She voraciously eats it, and coos at you before taking off, posting up, kind of on one of the unused boats, looking out throughout the cove.
That's a dirty 20 on my investigation check.
With a dirty 20, you do find a map, a map of the Alliance Islands, and alongside of that, most of the parchment, is just kind of. Most of it's blank. Some of it seems to be like ledger material. It's kind of hard to follow because it's not in a particular order anymore. But it's pretty clear that it's like accounts. It looks like the recording of the moving of slaves back and forth. But aside from just ledger material, one thing that you do come across is that there seem to be several different entries of ways to get to a location. Sorry. The Isle of Shades. It appears that there's several different routes people like to take that they have mentioned. Particularly, whether it's summertime, let's take this route to the Isle of Shades. If there's a storm coming in from the east, we take this route to the Isle of Shades. If there's, it seems that this little cove you guys have found is not far off from a place known as the Isle of Shades, and that seems to be their nearest port of business. And so there's a lot of different routes to take to get to said location. And, see worthy folk tending to be superstitious. They'll be, oh, on a full moon you go this way, on a hot day with no wind you go that way. It's just a lot of pirate banter back and forth, but it does reveal that looks to be like their drop-off location for the slaves.
Okay. What I know with the few maps that we have gathered over our travels, but I know relatively where we are, also where this Isle of Slaves would kind of be, because I know we kind of took a little magical portal here, so not sure if we're confirmed exactly where our current location is. Can't remember if we
So
figured that out.
technically, you're still on the westernmost coast of Hordenshire. The location you had found had like a strange metal arm-like structure. Turned out to be like a chain and pulley for a cage, and you guys lowered yourself down this cage, 18 or 1900 feet to this cove that was hidden by some illusory magic. And so you are currently on the westernmost coast of your own home country.
Gotcha.
That being said, on the map provided, location 3 is known as the Isle of Shades, and it's labeled. So
Okay.
it's the only location that's actually labeled as Isles of Shades, as it seems to be their transport spot or whatever.
All right. So I guess like later I think we'll just show this to the group and then walk up to find Renwick and pass this information along to him as well. 'Cause that is some important info, and it might be where I guess where we're going next.
Yeah, if you bring that back to me, does Renwick know anything? Like he'll pour over the different parchments, and I mean, as a sailor, would I potentially have heard of any of these areas or anything like that, or have any insight?
Yeah. So there's a particular run amongst the islands, called the Hook Run, the Alliance Hook Run, and going on these runs with your father, he typically just stuck to the main ports, but being the honest man and sailor that he was, the only time you can ever remember traveling with him where he was kind of discreet, the only time he didn't let you wander about the cargo hold, the only shady thing you can recall he's ever done, was the only time you've ever been to the Isle of Shades. Your father met with a rather scruffy, shady-looking type in a bar with you nearby, and after a handshake, you guys headed home. And he urged you not to speak of the matter to anyone, and you, up until this point, have kept your word so far. But that was the only time your father did something shady and never spoke of it again, regardless of if you asked him about it. So it does kind of strike you as off. But from what you know from being from the Alliance Islands, long ago it was more of just a large sandbar, like a secret meeting place for those with subterfuge. Over time, the tales of the secret place made it become not so secret. Many docks, are supposed to be there, and it's just kind of a generally considered by most to be a lawless place full of danger, populated by criminals. But Yeah, there does seem to be an unusually high amount of shady dealings in and around the island, as far as you recall. A lot of criminal stories of naval fleets coming up on the island and chasing off handfuls of pirates and claiming massive bounties.
So it's Tortuga.
Pretty close, yeah.
Sees it on the
Fuck
map
yeah.
I just found is number 3 is the Isle of Shades.
Correct. Currently, as that map sits, you would be just barely off of the map to the east of the Isle of Shades. So roughly 1.5 squares away from where it is now.
That's not too far.
And Renwick will, once the party all kind of reconvenes, Renwick will lay the papers down and show them what Gladiator found, and just be like, "Well, boys, we don't have a load of choices here. One of them's riskier than the other. Unfortunately, it might be our best option. There's a place nearby called the Isle of Shades, and I grew up sailing. I know a little bit about it, and it's not a place we want to be long, and it's not a place that we want any eyebrows raised toward us. But it might be our closest option to get supplies, maybe get some information on what's been going on in the area. But I think we need to make our way to Tuscargo, and I don't know that we'll make the journey from here without a pit stop. But I'm not going to ask any of you to walk into a thieves' den.
Did anything happen after I blasted the nameplate?
Oh yeah, I mean, after about a dozen, you've pretty much destroyed it. It's no longer legible on any level.
On the paper, did it get scratched off or is it still listed?
Oh, nice. As you mention the paper and look to it, the name still stays. However, before your very eyes, in red ink, another name is struck up at the very bottom of the list. And this name floats all the way from the bottom all the way to the top. Now, all the other names are written in black, but the one written in red is called the Flying Fox. And in parentheses near this Flying Fox, written in red, is the 10,000 gold pieces. And that just kind of hovers there and floats kind of eerily like the other letters.
And
I
were
think
we
perhaps
there
it's a
when
bounty.
were we there when Renwick found that booklet or that paper with the other names?
I imagine Renwick tried to show you the paper he found.
Yeah. I did say that when I took a look at it earlier, I passed it around to everybody before they went out searching the other ships.
All right. So I found another one of those papers, and a new name popped up on this one. Did it come up on yours?
He'll pull out the parchment and look to see if his matches.
It matches at the top of your. As soon as you open it, the words in red ink, different than all the black ink, the Flying Fox, and in parentheses behind it, 10,000 gold pieces. And it shows up briefly at the bottom of the list and then floats beyond all the letters before your very eyes to the top. And then the letters just kind of wave and move as if they were upon water rather than parchment.
Well, they somehow have these ships marked, and I went over to one of the ones we wouldn't be using, try to dispel on the nameplate as well as just blow it to hell. I succeeded in blowing it to hell, but it's still listed on here, so I don't know how they have these ships marked.
Well,
Also, don't.
it might not be the nameplate; it might be the ship itself that's magically tied to these parchment. But what I'm wondering is it pure coincidence that what I assume is a bounty goes up on a ship at the same time that you destroy that nameplate. I mean, that ship's not named the Flying Fox. I believe it was the Flying Compass or the Sea Merchant, so perhaps it's coincidence, but either way, I mean, this is a handy tool to have. Unfortunately, it might make us a target if we're taking the Dawn Treader, so we'll have to be on guard.
Well, the positive is it doesn't seem to show a location, at least on these papers, just that the ship is alive. Who knows? We'll keep an eye as we set sail to see if anything changes.
I think that perhaps it's also moving like it's on water to signify that the ship is out in the water right now.
Well, I guess when we set sail, we'll look at the parchment and see if anything changes with the Dawn Treader. I mean, that is the advantage, is we can keep an eye on what it says our ship's doing, and at least we'll have a general sense of if anybody knows we're up to something.
And let's go towards this pirate cove. I mean, I'm pretty sure after walking into the middle of a war, into a chamber of a queen and killing her, it's going to be a cakewalk.
You've never seen the Isles, my friend.
You are correct on that one.
Yeah, let's just hope the rest of us don't get cursed.
Well, let's just say keep your coin purses tight. And, well, anything that you're not willing to lose, you better keep a hand on at all times in here. I wouldn't go picking any fights or drawing attention to yourself.
I think that we just beat the Silver Queen. We could handle pretty much your everyday pirate.
I can't imagine these are your everyday pirates. Just based on my own experience, there's something about this place. It's that's a specific kind of darkness there.
Well, are they all your size, or are we looking at some bigger pirates? And you just
Play
kind
dear, that's racist. Not all pirates are halflings.
is nudges Renwick and then walks onto the ship. Well, Captain, figure you better tell us how to run this ship, and I mean, get on out of here.
Yeah, speaking of, Renwick, go ahead and give me a quick perception check.
Oh boy.
That's always fortuitous timing.
That's a 21.
Ooh.
You
Natty
notice
15.
that, of the things that you would need to make this ship saleable for the crew, you seem to be particularly short on. Two things in particular, food and fresh water. You're not going to make it long on without much fresh water. So you're going to have to resupply somewhere. Unfortunately, most of the supplies you guys have come upon have been crushed or destroyed, but through a bit of salvaging, you guys could find potentially a day's worth of food and water rations, but not much more than that.
And how far are we from the Isle of Shades?
On a good day, depending on your check, several hours to a day and a half, depending on the weather.
I mean, we could probably make it. Do you think the Isle of Shades will be open to trade?
I mean, they deal plenty there. I'm sure that there's food and water. You can find just about anything, and plenty that you wouldn't want to find there. So once we make it there, we'll be able to resupply. It's just a matter of making it there. Something tells me our buddy over here is probably a pretty good fisherman. I'm not so bad myself. And hopefully Blade will keep our spirits up while we're on the water. And does anybody by chance have any way of purifying food? Maybe we could purify some seawater to extend our water a bit.
So
I haven't.
speaking of like navigation and things, Renwick can effectively sail the ship, but he does need a crew. At least two of you are going to have to man some ropes and obey some commands to effectively sail this vessel. Two people aside from Renwick.
And I run a tight ship, motherfuckers.
Question for the DM.
Shoot.
This is totally up to your discretion because it is kind of an open-ended question. Does purify food and drink? It's a first level transmutation spell. Would that? I'm pretty sure this is gonna be a no, but I just gotta ask. Would that purify salt water to make it drinkable?
Yeah, you can definitely use that, but how much can you make per spell? Per first level spell slot, how much can you make? Because you need
All right.
about 4 gallons per person per day.
It says a 5 foot radius.
Yeah, it says all non-magical food and drink within a 5-foot radius sphere centered on a point of your choice within range is purified and rendered free of poison and disease.
So question,
So
say
if
we
you were
get a
to
barrel.
I was gonna say, if you were to get like a container to put it in, and you could probably fit like 3 barrels, all up in like a single spot, and then purify that. That would work if you want to burn the spell slot. But you're gonna have to, burn the spell slot pretty regularly, as I imagine a crew of 5 will drain a barrel relatively quickly on the high sea.
So 1 cubic foot is about 7.5 gallons. So if you're looking at about a
Right.
5 cubic foot,
Well,
you're looking
it's
at
not
about
exactly
37
5
gallons.
cubic foot because it's what you could fit in like 3 barrels
Yeah.
within the 5 cubic feet. Unless you have like a way of harvesting it directly out of the ocean itself, you could get a 5
Yeah,
cubic
we
foot,
would.
but essentially it would just kind of wash back into the salt water.
Yeah, we'd have to put it in a container first, and then I'd have to purify that 5-foot radius. So it really wouldn't be 5-foot sphere because, in barrels. But I mean,
So,
it's something.
so you said 3 barrels, right, Sean?
Yeah, you could get roughly 3 barrels together, which is actually a substantial amount of water. But
I was gonna say, as somebody who works in an industry that happens to use a lot of barrels, that's actually quite a bit of water.
yeah, I mean,
Like your
that's
average
like
barrels
55
between
gallons.
30 and 50 gallons a piece. So I think we might actually have enough water.
We'll call them 50 gallon barrels. These are big sons of bitches. So if you
All right,
if
so
you
we
want to
have a
burn the
shitload of water.
spell slot,
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to do it today, but if we have some water now, we go out, like we start our trip now. I sleep, like we use the water we have now. I sleep, and then tomorrow I can create us more fresh drinking water.
Well, why don't we do this? Fill the barrels with salt water. We'll pack them onto the ship, and then we'll use what we have. And if we run out before we get to the Isle of Shades, you can burn your spell. But at least this way, you don't tire yourself out for no reason. And if we
Yeah.
make it there without using it, then so be it. Hopefully, we just remember to purify them when we get back on the ship later.
okay. So here's what I'm
actually-
going to say about that real quick, just to make it easy on myself. We'll say that these barrels each can hold 40 gallons. So a 5-foot area, you can get the 3 barrels in there. And between the 5 of you, it takes 20 gallons a day of water. So that is, so a single barrel will get you a couple of days. So with 3 barrels in there, you're just shy of a week worth of water on the high sea.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, so we can, at the very least, we should, because we do have some water. You said we have enough water to get
Yeah,
us.
you've got about a day's worth of fresh water and food rations without the desalinizing spell.
Yeah. So why don't we
And
just?
I'm holding a bit of rations in my bag myself, so
Yeah,
I've
I
at
think
least got a little bit of food to get by
rations,
on.
yeah. Yeah, so why don't we just take what we have now, get us to the Isle of shades, and then I'll like next time we go to sleep and I wake up, I'll make sure to prepare my desalinizing spell. So if we need to, I can get us more fresh water. We just have to worry about food at that point.
Well, actually, I might be able to help.
I mean, you do have your
Overnight, when I woke up, I felt a little different, and I had abilities I didn't have before, and I can actually create water if we need to.
oh, that works too. There we go.
Makes it easy.
I can create 10 gallons of water within range in an open container, or make it fall in a 30-foot cube within range.
Perfect. Sounds like you guys are set up.
Yeah, and I have 2 days worth of rations in my inventory. Also, I have what is it? I have 7 days worth of feed for amount. So like worst case scenario, we just eat fucking grains for a week.
Or gladeer. I'm told that alligator tail is quite wonderful. So
I don't have a tail.
dragonborn tail. I've always pictured you with the tail. This changes my whole campaign perception.
I mean, I'd love to have a tail, but standard player handbook.
Fair enough.
Dragonborns don't have a tail.
Okay, we don't eat your tail this time.
Also, I wouldn't let you cut off my fucking tail.
You wouldn't have a choice. It's 4v1, and you roll poorly.
Could it have been taken off at birth or something?
I cast sleep on Gladier.
I'm taking the captain's quarters and I'm locking the goddamn door.
Yeah, you don't think the rogue can pick a lock on his father's ship?
Damn it.
Okay, so when you guys kind of make the ship ready, what you guys do notice upon the three ships is that they have been roughly and relatively newly outfitted with several slave cages. Currently, you've got about 6 separate slave cages on the main deck. And it looks like the bolts and things were fresh. It looks like they broke the wood and it's not quite weathered beneath yet.
Oh, that's what's in the center of the ship.
Is there like a lookout post?
The center of the ship is actually like the metal grating where you can actually you can remove the metal grating and then have above access for loading goods and things to the main hull. I didn't actually draw the cages on the ship.
Okay. I thought that was because the metal grating because at first that's what I thought it was. I was like, oh, that's like the metal grating for inventory you can lower down in the ship. But then you said 6 and it's exactly 6 squares on your drawing. So I was like,
that was a happy accident. I didn't even know that.
Does the ship have a lookout post? One of those ones where you climb up and perch up top?
Bird's nest or a crow's nest?
There is a crow's nest at the very top. It is just like a small kind of a smattering, like a few boards and nets combined to make a bit of a perch rather than an official. It's not like there's no railing or anything. It's pretty open, but plenty of ropes and things to hold on to.
Captain Renwick, I don't know about your crew, but I think I'd be better served up top looking out.
Oh yeah, I'm absolutely assigning you to the crow's nest. If anybody's got eyes, it's you and Tony.
Glitter's gonna walk up to the cages to see if he can, maybe pry out those bolts and just tip them over into the water.
Go ahead and give me a strength check.
Renwick's actually going to call out and be like, "Hey, before you do that, as much as I hate to see those cages on this ship, they might actually come in handy for where we're going. You never know what we'll find. And, well, Maybe we can catch something that we can use to barter with.
Like chickens?
Yes, like chickens, sea chickens.
Back in my hometown, we used to always trade chickens for goods. Just Logus being like completely oblivious and innocent.
Well, I'm tearing out one or for cathartic reasons. That's a natural fucking one.
What were you rolling for exactly?
Strength check to try and pry out the bolts to tip one of the cages into the ocean.
As soon as you apply any pressure, you hear like a loud snap in your back and like some serious like back pain. Like it's hard to even stand up straight at this point.
Oh, flip and hand him a berry.
There's, oh, thank you. You know, I thought better of it and think Renwick made a very valid point. And I'm just gonna go sit on the stairs over here and just, Renwick, when you need me, just don't ask. I need a minute.
Yeah, why don't you go lay down in the hammock for a second there, buddy? Rest your back. We all saw it.
Sit down.
Yeah, you head below deck to pop up in this hammock in the crew's quarters. Okay, so as the boat is made ready to sail, Renwick, I am going to need you to give me what we're going to call from now forward, we'll call it a sailing check.
All right, we agreed that was proficiency with boats, expertise if I have navigator's tools, and it's a flat wisdom check, yeah?
Correct.
Heard. All right, I don't have tools yet. I did check. Those are pricey. I don't think I could afford it initially, so I'll be looking for those in town. But that's a 4 or a 7. I'm a little rusty. I've been in the desert.
Unfortunately for you, your newfound crew, while you still maintain, it's like training wheels. Well, your newfound crew, they're all greenhorns. You're the only one who knows anything about sailing. So when you call out an order, they just kind of look at you, and so you have to go and explain to them. That means do this. This is port. This is starboard. Like this command means to do this. I need you to tie this knot here. And the going as you guys kind of set off is quite rough. In fact, you sail out of the cove and only make it after a few hours. You can still see the coast of Hordenshire. You have not made it very far at all. It is quite the learning lesson for your new crew.
Yeah, I imagine he's just running around frantically, like trying to give orders to all of them all at once. Like Gladiator is still nursing his back, and he needs him. Like I need him to do the heavy lifting. This is a fucking mess. This is gonna be a fun voyage, boys.
So as you kind of have to help the crew along, it's very slow going. Several hours journey is probably going to take more on the day and a half side that you had heard about. And you left the cove around nooner one time, and so several hours later you are not quite as far as you would like to be. And I gotta ask you to make a choice here. So essentially you're the only one who can sail the boat, at least at this time. So do you sail through the night, foregoing sleep? Do you lay down an anchor and park the ship? Do you risk maybe having one of your party mates steer the ship while everybody takes their rest? Like there is going to be you have several captain choices to make here.
I think he'll call out to the party and basically just get a feel for what they want to do. It's like, look, I'll power through the night. I'll be exhausted as hell in the morning. Might need a nap once we get where we're going, but I can do my best to just helmet through the night since I've got the most experience. I might need a extra pair of eyes, but if you guys want to rest, I can keep it going. You can take shifts, keeping an eye out for me.
Yeah, I'm with you, Captain. I can stay up.
Or if
What would be
anything,
better than just
if somebody could take watch for 4 hours, let you do your meditation thing, and then you could ride it out with me throughout the night.
Well, to be honest, Captain, I've been asleep up top for quite a while now, so I mean, I could
can't
still
blame you.
see the
Things were a little rough
coast.
down here.
Nothing really happened in the day that we sailed. I got a little bored and fell asleep with the gentle rocking of the ship.
Well, Gladiator hurt his back, and well, you'd think that Blade would be better at tying knots, but those fingers are really only good for instruments. And well, I mean,
Only my tongue.
don't get me started about Locris.
Chris has a 0 strength, so it shows.
Renwick, you kind of are starting to feel a newfound appreciation for why your father held such high regard for his crew, who were, sometimes not always the cleanest or hygienic. You've got a newfound appreciation for a sailor.
I think Glitter will hobble up. All right, I'm fine. I pulled something in the back, but I'm okay. Just tell me what I need to do. I got enough rest. Let me help out. I'll take first watch if I need to.
Yeah, if I guess canonically Logus did not actually rest for 4 hours yet. I'm gonna, I guess, pull rank and have Gladiator take first shift, let Logus rest, and then Logus can keep watch overnight. And I'll pull Blade off to the side and just be like, "Look, buddy, I know you need your beauty rest, and I really hate to ask this, but if there's any way that you could, I don't know, play me a song to rouse my spirits, maybe something for me to sing to myself overnight, I'd really appreciate it." And just ask for some inspiration since I'm going to be guiding the ship through the night and not resting.
Blade will, of course, agree. Be like, after the events that we've had, I don't really find myself wanting to sleep right now. I think I'll stay awake with you and the rest of the crew for the most part, and maybe play a little bit of encouragement for you.
Oh, you're terribly kind. And yeah, he'll go around and like check the rigging and stuff before it gets too late and make sure that everything's secure before people start resting. And yeah, we'll carry on. We'll keep trying to push through to the Isle of Shades.
Okay, yeah. Once you check all the rigging and whatnot, everything looks to be in order for the time being. You could use a few repairs in your sail, and though you did manage to fill a few barrels with some water, you only have about 3 or 4 barrels on the ship. You might need some more barrels and crates for your stuff and things, but for the most part, you make do and you do press on. Unfortunately, it is late afternoon the following day before you do manage to coast in to the up to at least the Isle of Shades. A few ships. You notice on the horizon what is currently like a small dot, and as you sail forward, it comes into view. A few ships are docked near very loud and rowdy taverns. You can hear even way out on the water still that music lingers in the background, and it's almost like a low hum of bar patrons that are talking and laughing and arguing fills the air. You swear you can hear the occasional cling of a sword fighting or a small explosion. Like it seems like quite the ruckus before you. And as you kind of approach, here we go. Boom. This is kind of what you see map wise. The Isle of Shades, like I said, long ago, it was just a little more than a large sandbar, a secret meeting place for those with subterfuge. With time and tales, the secret place became not so secret. Many docks outstretch in all directions, inviting travelers to stop and visit. Generally considered by most to be a lawless place full of danger and populated by criminals, a great deal of shady dealings do seem to happen on or around the island, and aside from many docks, the island only supports a few private warehouses alongside a handful of small taverns. So, it is not a very big sandbar, and everything built upon it seems to either be a dock, a drinking establishment, or a storage facility for, cargo of various kinds. You pull into dock on the northern side of the island. There are several other boats in and around the area. What would you guys like to do from here?
Well, what do you recommend, Captain?
Well, I recommend that you make yourself look like somebody that's not yourself. And, well, it's probably in our best interest to resupply and get the hell out of here. Don't draw a lot of attention to yourself. Avoid any mention of anything that has to do with any of us. And it's best that it's as if we were never here. That's all I can really say. But we'll gather food and water, anything we might need, and we'll be making our way.
The little Chris will make himself look like the most outrageous Halloween party pirate. How's this work for you?
Nice. You got the buccaneer earrings and the eye patch and the bandana on backwards.
Well, based on the way you were handling the rigging and whatnot, it's a safe bet that if you step foot in that town, you're going to get your ass beat, and I can't wait to see it.
Then his switches it to more of just kind of based on Renwick's original outfit, but more toned down. And more of a human look.
Well,
Okay, for sure.
I'm actually fairly excited. This is going to be the first time in a long time that I'm going someplace and people aren't trying to kill me because, well, I mean, they'll probably try and kill me just because I don't belong here, but, they're not trying to kill me because of any reason other than just being general assholes.
Yeah, you've got that right. I mean, they're not going to kill you for the color of your scales. They'll just kill you because you've got a pulse and some gold on you.
Yeah, I'm kind of excited. Yeah, I can deal with people trying to kill me just because they're a bag of dicks, but yeah, I'm ready. Let's go.
All right. So, anybody need to do anything before they exit the boat?
I guess because I guess you said like there was like a lot of like we could hear like a lot of kind of clatter, like maybe sword fighting off in the distance. Like, is there like any like looking at the map, like seeing that there's a few taverns here, like maybe if there's like an area where more of that sound is coming from, maybe a more populated area.
As you guys kind of look out over the deck, go ahead and give me a perception check there, Blade.
All right, let's go. Oh, 22.
You notice that you seem to be on the busy side of the island. As you kind of look out, looks like there's a good amount of beach between, where you guys have docked and then any actual structures. The first couple structures look to be like large wooden buildings with pretty large doors. Looks like maybe for hauling, cargo and or storing cargo rather. A couple large warehouses and. Around the doors of each of these warehouses seem to be several shady looking pirate types, drinking, loudly talking, some sparring, but they're clearly guarding these warehouses. And behind them seem to be a couple of taverns that are just bustling with folks. They're pouring out of people are falling out windows. There's an occasional bar fight you can hear. Lots of music coming from both of these buildings, and it seems that you're on the more popular side of the island. From what you can tell, as you kind of look out, it's a little bit the population body-wise seems to thin out, at least on the other side of the island.
All right.
As you guys kind of venture off of the boat, what would you guys like to do? You currently see, a handful of shady pirate types that are guarding these warehouses, kind of regard you. They look you over once, as you kind of approach, but they quickly go back to, laughing and talking. Some of them are gambling, and almost all of them are drinking.
I rolled perception 17 just to Logus would have wanted to been scanning and see if there's anybody that is paying like particular attention to us walking up.
As you look about, you kind of get, a few curious glances, but not a lot more than that. This is a very kind of mind your own business type of a neighborhood.
Renwick's gonna throw his hood up and just make sure he's not hide anything flashy and tuck it away in the bag of holding. And he's gonna basically, I guess, look at the party and be like, I don't know if you guys want to split up or all go together, but I think I'm gonna just go ahead and look for supplies. I won't be doing any shopping or partying in this town. I'd rather take my drinks for the road. Or, well, the boat.
What is the plan? Why are we here? What are we looking for again?
We just needed supplies. We didn't have enough to get to Discargo, but we needed to make a pit stop. We need food and water, probably some booze. And then we need to load up the ship and start making our way.
I think you should
Making
take
my way.
I think you should take one or two people with you just for protection, and the rest stay with the boat just to make sure nobody comes sniffing around.
Yeah, I would agree. I would say you can disguise yourself. It's probably best you come with me. Gladier, you're pretty damn intimidating. It's probably best that you hang out on the ship. And Logus and Blade, I'll leave it up to you guys as to who's going, who's staying.
I would say that Gladier is the most intimidating and me being the most perceptive, but Blade and Locris are easily more persuasive. So, well, Captain, it's all about your preference.
Well, if either of you is more deceptive than the other, it's probably best that they come with us. But
I am very deceptive, but I'm already coming along.
yeah,
Might be best
It's
to
like
have
that-
the talker come along with you to get us, good deal on our supplies. And, I can look scary and imposing. Logus can keep an eye out to make sure nobody's trying to sneak up on us. So,
I've got a bit of a silver tongue myself, but it never hurts to have a silver string.
maybe Logus and I hang back and guard the ship, and the rest of you all go and get us some supplies.
Yeah, you three silver tongue devils should be able to get us enough supplies. Me and Gladiator will stay on the boat and keep watch.
Oh, Blade, you might want to change out of the shabby robes. I think your normal clothes will actually fit in quite nicely here. He'll just kind of like prod at the shabby robes that you've been wearing this entire time.
Yeah, Blade will look down and like kind of almost forgot that he was wearing them after all this time.
Second-hand monk robes.
Love them. So yeah, he'll probably take those robes off and maybe just leave them on the boat for now.
Okay. So Renwick, who are you taking with you into the interior?
I believe it's Blade and Locris going with Renwick, and then the other two staying behind.
Okay. Logos and Gladier. Your party kind of ventures forth, and takes to the inland. I need both of you guys to give me perception checks.
Believe it or not, I rolled a fucking natural one.
Gladier, perception check.
You're not gonna believe it.
Natural one.
I also rolled a natural 1.
Oh my god, we are twinsies today.
So you guys are kind of looking out over this, kind of a pirate community. Well, you don't really get a good view of the island. You could see the bars are up a ways, but what you could really make out is a couple of these warehouses, and they are surrounded by pirates who are drinking and gambling and as half-assed as possible guarding the doors to these warehouses. But aside from kind of being jealous that there seems to be an awful lot of rum on this island, but none on the ship. Sad.
Yeah, Glader's just super excited to like just be out in the open and not hiding who he is. So he's just like all like toddler in a candy store, just like looking all around the island, watching as he sits on the edge of the ship.
Gladiator, I have an idea. Perhaps we can be with them without actually being with them. What do you think? I can go inside Tony and send her with them and have eyes and ears through the bird while we stay on the ship.
It is not a bad idea. I mean, keep an extra pair of eyes on them just in case, and I'll make sure nobody does anything weird to your body.
Oh, that might be possible.
Ordered that.
I might have to have you look at the language of the spell, though. I'm not 100%, but I got this nagging feeling in my brain that you have to be within 100 feet of your familiar to do this.
I think it's pretty close. I don't think you get that far of a distance, but you could still also circle the ship.
If I'm not mistaken, the way it works is he can see and hear at any distance, but he can only give commands within 100 feet. So it would have to be like fly over there and come back, or otherwise the familiar would just kind of do its own thing after 100 feet.
I
That's
knew
just
there
how
was something about
Mercer-
100 feet.
Well, the
Yeah, that's
spell
just
is
how-
called Beast Sense. You touch a willing beast for the duration of the spell. You can use your action to see through the beast's eyes and hear what it hears, and continue to do so until you use your action and return your normal senses. While perceiving through the beast senses, you gain the benefits of any special senses possessed by that creature, though you are blinded and deafened to your own surroundings. So through this thing, it doesn't say anything about any kind of range.
Okay, yeah, that was a different spell entirely. I thought we were talking familiar stuff. Okay, yeah, if you'd like to send Tony after your squad, you could absolutely do that.
Hopefully he stays with the squad and doesn't go off and do his own thing.
I'm gonna talk to Tony. Tony, would you be comfortable in perhaps sitting on Renwick's shoulder, or sticking with them, or do you want to stay here with me? I don't want to force you to do nothing that you don't want to.
She kind of looks to you. She says, gives you a caw, and she kind of looks at whatever pocket or pouch you seem to be pulling the meat out of. She kind of looks to that, kind of gesturing. She's impartial either way, essentially. Whatever you'd like, as long as she gets meat out of the deal.
You know what? We should have asked later. Should have asked to borrow Renwick's pole so we could have done some fishing while we waited.
Well, I'm just fine. People watching. Yeah, it's an interesting place. It's oh shades. Yeah, I'm curious to see what happens.
All right. Well, I'll sit on the floor and I'll tap Tony, and I want to see if I can send her first to try to take a closer look at those warehouses that we saw.
Okay, yeah. You cast your spell, and you send Tony out to kind of survey some of the island. Is there anything particular you're looking for at these warehouses?
What's in them? Why they have guards protecting them?
Essentially, you don't really know. The guards have not left or anything. There's no windows. These warehouses are all kind of closed up, and from all you could tell, even with a full 360 view from the bird around the warehouse, it's pretty sealed up. There's only one entrance, and it looks to be guarded by at least a handful of drunk ornery pirates.
I'll try to I don't think I can communicate with it from so far. I think that's the drawback. So I'll kind of wait until she does her little thing and she comes back to me, and I feel her land on my shoulder because I'm blind and deaf, and I'll tell her, all right, now go find Renwick and land on his shoulder, and I'll be with you from here.
Okay, and she takes off. Meanwhile, Renwick and company, you guys head up the beach, and you find yourself staring directly at a very loud, kind of rowdy tavern. Someone will fall out of a window occasionally. Every once in a while, somebody gets thrown out. It is a place of drunken debauchery. You definitely see dozens upon dozens of pirates all drinking a wide variety of different beverages. You see the women of pleasure out and about working their ways, and this is just the first establishment you have stumbled upon. How do you guys want to go about acquiring supplies and things?
If there's any sort of just general store type thing, I would probably go there.
As far as you could tell, everything on this island, all of the structures, are either warehouses or taverns.
Could I make my way up to, I guess, one of somebody on the outside of the warehouse, maybe just not by the front door. I'm not trying to walk right up on them or something. And just be like, so, if a man's looking to resupply his boat, where does he go around here?
Without even missing a beat, they just kind of give you the thumb to the into one of the taverns, into the barkeep.
All right, fair enough. Appreciate that, friend. And he'll just turn and head that way.
Okay. Yeah, it's like packed. It's like elbow to elbow, and it's like a writhing mass of people. Everybody seems to be celebrating. There's loud music coming from several directions, and it is quite the struggle for somebody of your stature to make it to the bar. But you finally do, and upon sitting up at the bar, you see a half orc man, older, got a bit of gray, like mutton chop action, and a couple of battle scars across the face. But he seems to be the one in charge of pouring the booze. He turns to you with a grunt. Yep. What?
I'll have a shot for me, my friends here, one for yourself, and a moment of your time at your earliest convenience.
He gestures, grabs a bottle of a very sweet smelling liquor. Sweet but potent smelling, you could tell. And he pours 4 shots, one for each of the 3 of you, and one for himself. Renwick, at this point in time, Tony lands on your shoulder.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. We're in a tavern, and the hawk just lands on my shoulder.
I think she just squawks and looks at him and just assumes like the position on his shoulder.
Well, after he catches his breath, because a hawk that's probably half the size of me lands on my shoulder indoors, he regains his composure.
It's a baby hawk, right? Though, isn't it like an adolescent?
It's like a teenager hawk. It's not quite full grown.
I mean, I'm only like 3-ish feet tall, though, so it's still pretty big on me. Scares the shit out of me. Regains his composure, and he'll give him some him some scratches, and just kind of nod and know that Logus is with us in spirit. And he'll reach over the bar to shake the bartender's hand, and he'll just say, "I didn't catch your name there, friend."
He kind of puts the shot down that he was going to cheers you with. I'm Gutguck. This is my bar. What can I do you for? And who be you?
The name's Barrick, and he'll shake his hand like, "I'm just passing through. Me and my friends here, we had a little trouble, caught some bad winds, and our supplies ran a little low, so we figured we'd stop off here before we head off to our next port. You wouldn't happen to know where we could resupply our ship, would you?"
I got everything you need, Gutguck. What do you need? You need water, you need food, you need sails. What do you tell me? I can help you out.
We need some water, some food, a little booze for the trip. Maybe some citrus fruit if you've got it. Nobody likes scurvy. And well, aside from that, I don't think we need very much. Maybe a couple extra lengths of rope, just in case.
He nods, and kind of looks like he's doing some math. He says, "Oh, 4 silver for the drinks, and I'll have everything you need to set sail on the seas for, what are you thinking? You need a couple weeks worth of supplies then? 2 weeks worth of supplies for, we'll call it delivered and everything, 60 gold.
And Renwick will slide 80 gold over the counter and just be like, "Well, thank you for your discretion, and I appreciate the delivery. I would appreciate that you just pretend we were never here after our ship leaves the port. But your hospitality is greatly appreciated."
Oh, yeah. All right, so where am I sending it to? What ship's yours?
Would I be able to describe the ship to him and not necessarily say the name? Or like tell him exactly where we're docked at?
Yeah, you could give him directions to your ship, but he still kind of says, okay, what's the name of your ship so I know we're delivering it to the right place?
Can I give an insight check to see if he plans on sending people to take items rather than drop off?
Yeah, I'd like to roll insight if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead and you both give me a couple of insight checks on old Yak.
It's a
19.
13.
I got a 13 and a 19.
Yeah.
So Renwick, you assume he's on the up and up. Locris, you feel like it's not that he's being dishonest, just maybe you're not sure. You don't feel like you're getting the whole picture from him, but he doesn't seem like he's being dishonest.
I'll tap my ring and communicate to Renwick that he seems to be holding something back. I don't know
And
what it is. He's telling the truth, but there's something shady.
he'll lean a little closer over the bar to Gok and just be like, "Look, friend, I don't like to drop names. Uh, I don't want eyes on me. I don't want any trace that I was here. I'm just looking to grab supplies and pass through. Now, I've got a little bit more gold with your name on it. If you can make that happen, I've described the ship. I think that you know this area well enough to get those supplies over there. And I'll be out of your hair. You'll never see me again. But it doesn't mean it can't be worth your while."
He takes the gold and kind of nods. Yeah, well, yeah, I get it. It happens. I'll you'll receive your supplies within the hour. So, give me a bit of time and I'll send my boys on it. He kind of makes a hand signal to looks like another orc comes over, a relative perhaps, and he explains to him, to pick up a resupply shipment and drop it off over yonder. So it looks like he's going to be sending at least a pair of hands to deliver the goods to your boat.
And he'll order one more round of shots for all of us and Gok, and then cheers him and just be like, well, here's to business. Appreciate your discretion.
And it's good. And he takes a shot. I'll with you guys.
And then I guess I'll turn around, look at the boys, and be like, well, is there anything else you want to do? We've got about an hour to kill before the ship's loaded up. I'd probably like to be back there when they go to load it, just to make sure nothing strange happens. But I'd say we've got a couple of minutes.
I think we stay around too long and just end up getting drunk or in a fight.
That is a fair point.
Okay, so you guys sticking around, or do you head out of the tavern? What's the plan from here?
Blade want to play an improv show since he hasn't been able to perform.
Oh God. I don't know if these are the kind of the followers I want, but I mean, could make a quick couple gold. Maybe.
Or you piss him off and we get into a fight right here, right now.
I'll turn to Gok and be like, so what's the live entertainment scene like in these parts? I heard plenty of music around the area.
Don't you fucking see it? And he kind of just gestures out to the bar, and it is actually a fairly open, kind of bigger bar, and there are several bards. Kind of some entertaining. Almost like each crew has its showman. And it's entertaining his own crew and maybe a few stragglers from others, but there are several different instruments being played in this room for various audiences. The dull roar of the crowd around you kind of makes it hard for someone to maybe captivate the entire room, but different sections and things seem, there's somebody wailing on a lute. There's somebody else with, like a very bagpipey type of instrument, and a few others, maybe with a flute or a horn of some kind. That a few hand drums, It's kind of a cacophony of musical ruckus, along with the clinking of glasses and laughter and conversation of many, many patrons.
Renwick will just turn over to like look back at Blade, kind of shrug and raise one eyebrow. Seems risky, but also seems like it could be pretty fun.
I think I might agree with you, actually. Kind of being inspired himself by seeing these other bards kind of performing for their respective crews. Even though there's only 2 of his crew members here, or 3 technically in spirit, Blade will pull out his lute and start performing for both Locris and Renwick.
All right, give me a performance check.
All right. So 21.
So, what instrument are you busting out, and what exactly? To describe to me your performance.
So I'm going to bust out my lute, just my regular Dragon's Tooth lute, and just start performing kind of almost like uh, I guess, what do you call it? Like kind of like a sea shanty kind of ish kind of tale of us braving the seas, and how great of a crew we were, and how we were our synergy was so good on those sailing, and how Renwick almost had to not even do any work because of how good we were.
And so, as you kind of go into this tale, both as strumming, you do seem to captivate several of those around you. A few of these pirates look to be have drinking what we call tear whiskey, and they burst out blubbering, and start crying after your tune. I remember my days on the sea like that. I had a captain once just the same. And they kind of go off into their own stories and whatnot, inspired by your musical ballad.
Renwick wipes a single tear from his eye and looks over at Locris, and he's like, he's still got it.
Unfortunately, Blade, even though you did do quite the performance, this is not the type of we're going to donate money to you type of crowd. They appreciate your endeavors, but you don't receive anything more than a across the bar cheers or the occasional approving head nod.
Upon seeing this, Blade will just, I mean, it's a bummer to not get any sort of tips, but he's proud that or just happy that people enjoyed his performance most of all. So he'll after he's finished with his tales, respectfully and foremost bow to his crew, but and kind of turn and bow to the rest of the audience.
A few of the very, very inebriated patrons clap and make like a big deal. Don't you see? This beautiful man elf. Ah, what wonderful things he graces our ears with. And his other companions are like, shut the fuck up, Ted. And they throw some shit at him, splash some water on him.
And Blade will be like, Ted's fucking great. But yeah. Maybe make a quick explanation.
He eyeballs you with his hand on the hilt of his sword as you're like, Ted's fucking great. And he's like, kind of glares at you, but makes nothing of it.
I don't know. I remember Ted. He was a dick.
So, as you guys kind of exit the local bar, go ahead and everybody give me a perception check. I guess pretty much everybody, including a Gladier. You could, well, actually, I take that back. Not everybody. Renwick and Locris specifically give me some perception checks.
A 16 for Locris.
Ooh, 18 for a 24.
Renwick, it takes you a minute, but as you guys are kind of venturing out of this rather crowded tavern, you notice, there's several ships that are docked, but there's one that's kind of slowly cruising through the harbor looking for a dock, and you don't think anything of it at first. It's not a remarkable ship of any kind, and then it kind of hits you. The name of the ship is called the Water Hammer, and it is on your list. It is not the one in red, but it is one of the ships in black on your list.
You got a 23 perception for what it's worth.
It looks, you kind of notice, but this ship Renwick seems to spot doesn't seem to have a crew in the best shape. Looks like the people manning it, or a few of them are wearing bandages.
He would immediately grab Locris and Blade and pull them in close and just whisper, like, that's one of the ships that's on the ledger. We need to get out of here. We need to get out of here fast. We need to cover the name on our ship if we can until we're at least clear of the port. And he'll just like hurriedly start making his way back toward the Dawn Treader.
Okay. As you guys all kind of take off, Gladier, you seem to be the only one left on the Dawn Treader. Go ahead and give me another perception check.
Now that Tony is closer than me, can I kind of do like the whistle to get her over here? And Tony, take to the skies, see what's going on with that ship that
Tony
everyone's
is
looking
still on Renwick's shoulder as you guys are venturing back from the tavern. Renwick has not quite made it to you yet.
Can I do the whistle to try to call her?
You could certainly whistle, but aren't you in like warg mode right now?
Yeah, I'm just blind and deaf. I would still see through that they're heading back.
Oh, okay, yeah, for sure. You could definitely roll out a whistle to kind of try to summon her. Unfortunately, it's going to take a bit for her to make it. I'm going to need Gladier to give me this perception check.
It's 17. 16 on the die plus 1.
Gladier, you're kind of looking around, and it's like you're just taking in the sights. There's a lot to see. There's a lot to behold. There's quite a bit of a lot going on, and it's just overwhelming. You've never actually left your own country before. It's quite pleasant. You do notice a couple of people kind of peering at you from the dock, kind of curiously, but they seem to make their way about, and shortly your party and first with Tony coming back to Logos, but shortly followed by the rest of the party returns to the dock. Yeah.
So are we back at the ship?
Yeah, so the party reconvenes on the deck of the ship.
Before going on the ship, if the nameplates on the dock side. I want to go up by it, or at least to where I can see it, and use prestidigitation to just kind of dirty it up and put little marks to make it look like a different name.
Okay, and what name would you have it be?
It's just going to be dirty, so I'm just going to make it look like, instead of TRE, it's like FRI. And then
The
kind of
Dawn
smudge.
Fighter?
Well, the rest will be kind of smudged.
Okay, yeah.
So it just completely unobvious without having to change the whole plaque to a new name.
Yeah. It works. You definitely manipulate, the nameplate placed on the outside of this vessel to obscure it from prying eyes.
Now that Tony's back, can I tell her to take to the skies and maybe take a couple of laps around that boat so I can get a look-see?
Yeah, for sure. You kind of send her off, and she does a few laps around the boat. The boat docks on the opposite side of the island from you guys, and it looks like a captain of sorts and three crewmen. The three crewmen all look to be wearing various bandages. Looks like they've seen a recent bout. You're not unsure at this distance whether they won or lost, but the three of them seem to make their way into a tavern. Go ahead and give me a perception check for Tony.
Who's coming? Is 14 total.
Yeah, you notice that they enter this bar, and it's kind of like the more scarcely populated side of the island. There are still several warehouses that are all guarded by a similar lot to, the pirates guarding the warehouses nearby you. But it seems like a little less busy, less crowded. The bar Tony was in before was like elbow to elbow, constant, motion of bodies. It looks like a little more, less dense of crowds on that side of the island.
When they were walking into the tavern, were they quiet, or could I hear? Because I can hear through Tony as well.
With a 14, you hear, groans of relief. Finally, coming to get a good ale, and soak up, maybe swab out these bandages. That was some bullshit. Hordenshire sucks. We're never going back there. Fuck that place.
I'll relate to the group. It seems that they were injured in Hordenshire. And I'll just kind of let Tony do her thing and eventually make her way back.
Okay, while this is going on, what's the party doing now that you've reconvened on the deck?
Locust is just keeping an eye out for those guys coming with supplies so we can change the name back briefly.
Yeah, Renwick's going to be straightening up the ship on the upper deck so that he can keep an eye out for anybody that's coming down the dock toward the ship and wants to oversee the delivery of the supplies.
After some time, it takes the better part of an hour, but a couple of young, like orcish teenagers kind of pull a handcart full of, several barrels and several crates that they kind of look around, kind of partially confused as to where it should be going, but they do kind of notice you from the bar, remembering you from the bar, and wheel over some crates and barrels and things. He kind of gestures to you. we're here to restock you. Where would you like these supplies?
And he'll just direct them around, make sure that they're somewhere where they can be easily tied off, so they're not going to roll around. Make sure everything's safe and like below deck, away from the weather and whatnot.
Okay, yeah, they accommodate your wishes, and they unload the cart. Takes 20-30 minutes. Gladier, I need you to give me just roll me we'll call it a perception check. Actually, give me a perception check, Gladier.
Okay, 14.
Okay, so these guys kind of finish up unloading the crates and barrels where you ask, and they kind of take their leave of the ship. Hauling the cart back off, and Gladier. It takes you a minute to realize it. You're kind of taking in the scene, but as you kind of just going about it, correct me if I'm wrong, but do you have the bag of holding?
No, Renwick does.
Okay, so as you kind of are just chilling as your crew comes and gets loaded up, you realize briefly your coin purse is no longer attached to your belt. You have been liberated of all of the coins on your person.
Glare goes off sprinting after those half orcs, like yelling over his shoulder, "I've been robbed! They took my coins!" And just like full action, like full movement, full action, dead sprint, trying to find these the half orcs that just left our ship.
They're not far. They showed up on a pull cart, each one pulling from a single handle. So they're only a few yards from the ship, and you close ground quickly, and they're walking at a modest pace.
I'm a fucking full-on linebacker tackle the closest one.
Okay, give me an athletics check.
Renwick just calls out to the party. He's like, "Oh fuck, boys, here we go." And he's just gonna run down and try to like mitigate it before chaos happens.
Yeah, I did not leave the ship, so the only people who could steal from me were these three guys that just, or it was three of them, right?
Two, not half orc, full orc teenagers.
Two full orc. Okay, well, still, I didn't leave the ship, so the only two people that could have stolen from me were these two motherfuckers. So yeah, I'm fucking. God damn it. Sit athletics.
Correct.
Oh, that's not bad. Okay, it could have been worse. Luckily, I'm proficient. That's a 14. I rolled a 7 on the die, but thank God I'm fucking proficient in athletics.
You totally cream this guy. You take him to the ground immediately, and he's like starts in a panic. What the and his fellow mate kind of drops the wagon immediately and throws his hands in the air. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Now, not too long ago, I had a coin, a purse, a satchel, something, a bag full of coin, and now it is gone. And you were the last people I saw on my ship other than my friends. So, you can either hand it back to me now, or things are gonna get real interesting.
What are you? Whoa! You saw me all the time. I unloaded the stuff. I didn't take nothing from you. What are you talking about?
Insight. I want to see the
Go ahead,
fuckers
yeah.
Is Renwick caught up to them at this point?
Oh yeah, you guys are all kind of. It was not far from the boat at all. This other teenage orc was gonna intervene and try to pull Gladier off, but the remainder of the party shows up. So he's just kind of sitting with his hands kind of open palmed.
And as Renwick walks up, he's sorry, go ahead.
Lugus is gonna, before Renwick moves, he's gonna show him Gladier's coin purse and say, perhaps I shouldn't have played that prank on Gladier then. No, I'm just kidding. That would have been funny.
I honestly, in my head, I was like, I wonder if Logus stole his coin purse.
That was a good one.
No, as Renwick catches up to him, he'll pull out a dagger and just kind of be twirling it in his fingers and kind of laughing at the situation. And he'll look over at the orcs and he'll be like, "Now, boys, you didn't even give me a chance to tip you. You decided to tip yourselves, and unfortunately, you took your coin from the wrong guy. Now, I could turn my back and let him have his way with you, and it wouldn't be fun for, well, it'd be fun for him. Wouldn't be fun for you. Or you could just return the coin. We'll give you a tip for delivering our goods, and you can be on your way."
Go ahead and roll me an intimidation check. And what did you get on your insight, Gladier?
Not good. A 9.
Can I get that insight too, since I've caught up and I've kind of get in the situation to see if these dudes are like genuinely scared or do they look guilty?
Oh yeah, go ahead and give me an insight check. What was your intimidation, Renwick?
I rolled an 8.
So yeah, these guys are very confused, and for the most part, yeah. What was that insight check, Logos?
That's a 19 on the die for a total of 26.
Okay. Damn, nice. Okay. So, Gladier, you're pretty sure they fucking took your shit. Renwick, you're pretty fucking sure that they took your shit there as well. And, Logos, as you're kind of getting an inside check on this situation, they look both afraid and confused, but they do kind of pipe up like, we wouldn't take nothing from you. He paid us and told us to deliver it. I mean, if it's about our lives, I mean, you don't have to mug your delivery guys. And they, they're both kind of wearing modest clothing, not very wealthy types, and they don't appear to be armed, but they do empty their pockets into your hands, Gladier, and it burns because it's about 6 silver coins.
Lugus is gonna go up to Gladier and pull him off the guy he tackled. Gladier, I'm sorry to tell you, but I don't think these guys had anything to do with your coins missing.
Yeah, Gladier's gonna toss the silver pieces on the ground. Not out of not like at them or like being a dick move, just like, out of reflex because it's starting to burn, just kind of like move his hands and let them fall to the ground. And then grab the guy that he tackled to the ground just like by the forearm and pull him back up to his feet. Sorry I jumped to conclusions. It appears you did not steal my gold. Sorry about that. He's just gonna kind of like try and like dust off his like shoulders and get him back up on his feet.
He's okay, yeah. He looks very kind of confused. He's sorry, mister. I wouldn't yeah. Not us. I did while we were coming up, I did see a wee one counting some coin in a purse. Yeah. Very odd. But sorry, man. I don't know. Could have been yours. Could have been somebody else's. She looked like a ear-to-ear grin on her. Yeah, I've seen that grin once or twice. You know what I mean?
Wait. What did she look like?
Small person. Halfling woman. Not sure. Sorry, man. They all look the same to me.
What was she wearing? Did she have any sort of unique weapon on her? Like any sort of identifying characteristics, please.
I mean, I don't really know who she is. It's kind of a mind your business area, But I mean, you did just tackle me, and maybe a couple of coins will jog my memory. Yeah. He kind of slaps you on the shoulder.
You can kick the silver pieces I just dropped to the ground towards his feet. Yeah, there's.
Okay, I get it.
No,
Yeah.
Gladier, these gentlemen did load our ship, and apparently they didn't steal your coin, so there's no need to be a dick.
Yeah. I got nothing to offer him, so.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It was your coin that got taken.
Yes, it was.
Well, boys, I fronted the supplies, but if anybody else would like to throw a couple coin to these gentlemen to potentially locate Gladier's coin sack, we need to get his coins and get the fuck out of this town.
I will repay the favor, I promise.
Locris will pull out 1 gold coin and say, "This is for the info." And he'll pull out a platinum and say, "This is if we get his purse back." How good is your information?
His eyes kind of light up. And he's, all right. I don't really know what she is. I know she's a local. She kind of just merchants out to different, mercenaries out to different crews. She's a standard pirate. She'll do whatever work for, some cash. She's been known to hang around the Three-Eyed Fish. It's a tavern on the other side of the island. That's all I know. I've never met her, never talked to her. Just know her by reputation.
Locris will hand him the 1 gold coin and say, "We get his purse back. I'll make sure this platinum gets to you." And then pocket the platinum coin.
They look excited and disappointed at the same time, but they quickly gather themselves up and grab their cart and try to get the fuck out of there. Not being too stoked to be tackled and threatened in the street, but essentially it's just another day here in the nest of pirates. That it's not uncommon. You've seen similar events transpire with other people in the short time you've been here.
Can I take a look around since this must have not happened not too long ago? Do I see any sign of a little female halfling?
Give me, we'll say, a perception check as you kind of look around.
That's a 16 total.
There's definitely some female halflings around here. Some of them are women of pleasure, and they are at the nearest tavern.
You said that there was one in the nearest tavern?
There are several halfling women in the general vicinity. The Alliance Islands' primary inhabitants are humans and halflings. Roughly half of the population is halfling, and half of the population is female. So there are quite a few halfling females in your vicinity, but a few of them are essentially prostitutes chilling at the local tavern.
Gets excited not having to be with a sturge for once.
Alright, well. Should we just head to this Three-Eyed Fish Tavern and maybe see if we can get any sort of information? I mean, I'm sure she's gonna recognize me, but.
No, I mean, only one of us lost our gold. The ship is loaded with supplies. And we know for a fact that that's on the side of town that the crew from the ship we're trying to avoid happened to have wandered into.
Why exactly are we trying to avoid them, Renwick? They could perhaps be running away from the thing that we're trying to find. We don't necessarily know that they're bad people.
We don't know who this ledger belongs to, but their ship is on that ledger too. And if the Dawn Treader's on there and they catch word that the Dawn Treader's in a port, they're going to have questions and we're going to have enemies.
The counter arguments for that would be that they would have answers to our questions if things were to go south as well.
Also, I had 3,000 gold. Renwick. That's a lot of money.
Yes, yes, I know it's a lot of money, and we're going to go get your money. I'm just throwing out the point that this is definitely not in our best interest. But that being said, if it was my gold, my ass would already be at that bar, so
Later, are you still attuned to your belt?
I am. I could throw on my hood and change my scale color. It might make me a little bit more. Yeah.
I mean, a gold dragonborn they've been looking for years, but any other color they wouldn't even probably bat an eye at.
he's got
Yeah.
a fair point. And we did overhear them saying they came from Hordenshire. So, I mean, there's always the route that you go silver and start making some threats. But, I mean, any color but gold's probably the best way to go.
Good idea. Perhaps we go with the same plan to allow them to go into the bar while me and you stay outside, since she for sure saw both of us while taking your coin purse, that sneaky little devil.
All right. Well, I guess I'll hide myself one more time. Glader's gonna use his um, girdle scales to turn into a silver dragonborn.
All right, perfect. What do you guys do from here?
I
Is
imagine we
it
make our way
still
across.
Is it still daylight, or is it pulling at
Yeah,
night?
you guys. It took you about a day and a half to get here, but it is we'll say late afternoon.
Yeah, so Glader's just gonna take off on a determined march towards the three-eyed fish. I'm gonna put my cloak hood up and try and look inconspicuous along with changing my scale color.
Okay, yeah. As you file forth towards the three-eyed fish, the island is fairly small. It does not take long, and you guys make your way. You do notice that the water hammer, one of the ships on the list you have, the magical piece of parchment, is docked directly outside of this bar. And as you guys approach, you notice that it is outfitted similarly to how the Dawn Treader is outfitted. Lots of slave cages on the top deck, but it does look to be completely abandoned. However, the bar does have a few patrons in it. As you guys kind of enter, who exactly is going to the bar? Everybody? Are you guys posting up outside, inside?
I think Glader would probably for sure go inside.
How far is the bar from the ship?
It's essentially parked like out front of the bar, but I mean,
I'm
you're
sorry,
looking
the
at
Dawn Treader, not the Water Hammer.
the Dawn Treader's on the other side of the island. You are, several hundred yards from where you have parked the Dawn Treader.
Okay.
With that, Gladier, you kind of walk into this tavern. It looks a bit rough. It's definitely a dive. Lots of broken tables and chairs and things. There is a trio of pirates speaking in hushed tones, each of them covered in bandages. There is a portly man sucking on a cigar, kicked his feet up on a table nearby with a pretty large bushy black beard. And aside from that, a scrawny sort of older gentleman. Looks like he's wearing an eye patch, and he's also got some salt and pepper beard going. And what do you want to do from here?
Can I look around to see if I see any halfling women?
Go ahead and give me a perception check, yeah.
Can Logos get in on that?
For sure. You cozy up next to Gladiator as you kind of walk in the bar.
It's shoot 26 total.
That's good because Glader's too mad to see anything. And I rolled a 4.
Gladiator hasn't been able to send shit all session. We wouldn't be here.
Listen,
So as you kind of look around, it's a pretty standard tavern. You know, you're not solely in the only room, but this is definitely the largest room in this building. But you do not see any halflings. You see only the portly man with his feet kicked up on a table, very much enjoying a cigar. He's got a couple blades at his belt. Aside from that, there are 3 human, look to be sailors, each of them wearing various bandages on their hands, arms, and faces, all equipped. They have blades at their sides as well. They're speaking in hushed tones over an ale. You know, the occasional burst of laughter will crack out, but for the most part, they're keeping to themselves.
all right, well, I'm gonna go see what this guy knows. He might know something. He looks like one of those types. I'm gonna. Glader walks up to the portly, middle-aged man, and I'm gonna sit down at the table across from, like, sit down in the chair across from him, and just give him a nod and be like, "Hello, sir. My name's Glader, and I'm looking for a little information. You look like someone who can help me out. So what do you say?"
He takes a big long puff on his cigar and he looks at you. Oh, yeah. Good to get out of Hordenshire, huh? Fucking smart. Shit was going south. It was pretty not the best for either of our lot, huh? But what do you need there, former colleague? Everything has a price around here. I could potentially help you out for a few coins, and maybe we swap tails. You running from Hordenshire's newest government overthrow as well?
Oh, of course. Yes, things started to look like they were going downhill, and I thought I'd get out while the getting was good, but I got here, and it just so happens that a little halfling woman took something very, very valuable to me. I'm trying to find her, and I can cut you a little bit of reward if you're able to point me in the right direction. Depending on whether or not I get back my items or not, of course.
Well, I ain't seen a halfling woman around these parts, not recently anyways, but I just got in, fleeing from Hordenshire. A handful of, we'll call them fellow associates of mine, just left port as I had arrived. They were talking about maybe doing a bit of work on their way to north side Borsland. So, but hang around here for a while. I'm sure there's plenty of halfling women trouncing about. If that's your deal. He takes another long deep drag off this cigar, and it's got a very pungent smell. And you notice a mostly finished off bottle of whiskey or rum or something, brown liquor in this guy's hand.
Can I do a check to see if he's lying to me?
Yeah, give me an insight check. I guess Logos, you are also with Gladiator, so What are you doing at this point? Gladiator is kind of sat down next to this guy. Are you just currently you're just kind of standing awkwardly in the room? What do you want to do?
I'd imagine been sticking with Gladiator almost this whole time, so I'll probably move with him. And as I'm moving up, I'm gonna like, and seeing the Gladiator when is missing his. Can I check mine? Coin first, make sure it's still there.
Your coin purse is for sure still there.
Oh, thank God. That's a dirty 20 on the inside check.
I also got a dirty 20.
Dude, see twinsies all day.
Roll a 15 with a +1 for insight.
I got 13 with a +7.
Okay, calm down.
He looks to be like the type of person who wouldn't like sell out a fellow criminal. So as far as you could tell, your whole line of questioning has kind of thrown him off. Also, he's very inebriated. he does not. He's the tell no tales type. He probably wouldn't tell you even if he knew. So you're not sure if he knows or not, but there's that.
Did we all walk into the bar?
Absolutely, the party can convene in the bar.
Then I would pull out the wand of detect magic and see if I get any pings from a location that shouldn't be magical.
As you kind of bust this wand out, the portly man seems to have like a shine, a glimmer about him. Several objects he's carrying give off a magical glitter.
Well, I'm more of looking around the room to see if maybe she's got like a cloak of invisibility or something. If she has anything magical on her.
Go ahead and give me an investigation check as you kind of move the wand around the room. The bartender stares at you when the whole time you have a wand in your hand, like a very intense stare from this old man bartender with one eye.
21.
As you kind of move about the room, you don't get any like mysterious magical pings or anything, but looks like the old man, his eye patch also glimmers. Seems to have some sort of arcane residuum on it.
I just put the wand away and say, I'm not getting anything that says somebody's using magic to hide.
Correct. You're not sensing any magical auras or anything.
Well, this is what I'm telling to the other guys.
Oh, I see.
Seeing that this guy is kind of gonna raise my eyebrow at him, but realize I probably am not gonna get any more information out of him at the moment. Stand up and walk over to the barkeep. And on my way over, I want to cast Zone of Truth. It's a second level spell.
I'm gonna cast Dispel Magic.
Nice. You guys are still twinsies. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so you go about manifesting the zone of truth. Where are you pointing this sucker?
I want to get it directly like on the barkeep. It's a 15-foot radius sphere centered on a point of your choice within range. Till the spell.
You could get the barkeep and all three of the pirates with that radius. But read me the language of the spell real quick, would you?
All right. So create a magical zone that guards against a deception in 15-foot radius. 15-foot radius. Until the spell ends, a creature that enters the spell area for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there must make a charisma saving throw. My DC is 14, not too super high. But on a failed save, a creature can't speak a deliberate lie while in the radius. You know whether each creature succeeds or fails on its saving throw. An affected creature is aware of the spell and can thus avoid answering questions to which it would normally respond with a lie. Such a creature can be evasive in its answers as long as it remains within the boundaries of the truth. So it doesn't have to tell me everything, but it can't deliberately speak a lie, essentially. So they can kind of like dance around the truth or just say, no, I'm not answering that, but they can't intentionally lie to me. Who the fucking 2 18s? Are you kidding me? And a 17. Well,
That one motherfucker is not gonna be able to lie to you.
yeah.
One of the four individuals you've managed to target with this spell, musters it. But him being aware of the spell, he just kind of turns and looks at you and gestures to his buddies like, he's casting spells, and they all immediately draw their blades, shing shing shing, and point them at you. What the fuck are you doing with your spells, man? And the bartender leaves immediately, runs to the back room.
Glader's gonna kind of put his hands up in the air in front of him. Now, calm down, fellas. I'm just trying to find someone who stole from me. And I just want to make sure that I wasn't getting lied to. So I was just, putting a little suggestion in the air to make sure that nobody told me something that wasn't true. And it doesn't harm you, doesn't hurt you. Just make sure you don't lie to me. And to make sure that I don't have to hurt you in return for lying to me. So why don't we all just calm down and give me the information that I need?
Gladiator, you hear a loud click behind you.
Oh, jeez.
As the man sitting on the table has placed a very large crossbow upon it and has pointed it directly at you. And he calls out, hey, you cast another spell on my crew in this bar. You'll be a dead man. Now, piss off, or we're gonna have some real fucking problems. And his crew inch forward. What do you do?
Oh, I don't know.
Logus is gonna say to the captain, the one who said it was his crew.
Okay.
Hold on, my baby's crying. I don't want her to get on mic. Logus is gonna say to the captain, no sir, we didn't mean any trouble. We're just trying to find someone who stole something from us is all. We're not looking for a fight.
Okay, at this point, where is Renwick and Blade?
I imagine when Gladiator gets all the blades pulled on him, Renwick is off to the side watching the situation, but has not, he's not trying to make it apparent that he is part of, he doesn't want people to know he's with Gladiator. He's just watching, but I imagine he's probably, sneakily loaded a bolt into his hand crossbow and might be, keeping his hand on the hilt of his rapier.
Okay, and where would Blade be positioned in this situation?
So I guess Blade would kind of try to jump in with Logus and just kind of de-escalate the situation. Just be like, listen, we don't want to have a fight here, and we just came out of Hordenshire, and we've basically got out with the skin on our teeth, and we're just a little on edge. We don't want to fight. If you put your weapons down, we can talk. No spells.
He kind of looks to you. Oh, no spells, huh? He said, well, you're not wrong in assuming that we're a bunch of lying, cheating fucks, since we all kind of had the same employer, I assume. But we'd like to remain lying, cheating fucks. No spells. And we'll be on the watching you lots. And he kind of just glares at you with like a glazy-eyed glare. You disarm first, he says.
Blade will put his loot back and be like, all right, and put his hands up and be like, your turn.
He just kind of shifts the crossbow to the other armed members of your party.
Logus never pulled out his bow. Because he was trying to de-escalate the situation from the get-go.
Okay.
Glader.
Renwick is unnoticed currently, so he does kind of give the signal, and the pirates slowly sheathe their weapons, and he eases the bolt out of the crossbow and places it back under the table where it was cleverly hidden before, possibly still aimed at you.
Can Glader just look at the guy? Because it says I know who it succeeded on. Can I just look at the guy who I know it worked on?
Yeah, one of the three pirates. They kind of you pick out the one who failed.
Yeah, just still like hands up, like I'm not looking. I don't know, like I'm not confrontational, but I'm not like just sitting back and taking it, if that makes sense. But just kind of neutral, and just look at him, and just be like, "So, you sure you don't know anything about a little halfling woman who wandered through here? Maybe she was flaunting a lot of gold. Maybe she was bragging about a big score she just settled. Heavy coin purse, anything like that?"
Give me a persuasion check, Gladier.
Righty. Persuasion. Decent at that. If I rolled good, I'd be decent at that. That's a fucking 10. And I'm proficient in persuasion, so that tells you how good I rolled.
He kind of takes it back for a minute. I shouldn't answer anything. You ask me with your little fancy fingers and spells and things. But even if I did know, I wouldn't tell you, I don't think. So, there's that. At that moment, the bartender kind of peeks his head around from a corner, peeking out, like surveying the scene, and sees that it didn't actually come to blows, and he clears his throat and returns to the bar to continue serving.
Alright, so I'm just gonna straight up ignore. Do I even have any? I don't think I fucking. Never mind. I don't know what I do. I don't have anything to offer. Alright, well. I know you're probably gonna say the same thing that these people said, but barkeep, have you seen any little halfling come through, showing off a lot of gold that she just recently acquired?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen her lately, but everybody knows Ariel. Yeah, you see Ariel coming through here, man. You better tighten that noose on that little drawstring of your coin purse. She's a clever one. She's got a particular skill about her. She gets on people's boats and man, she wreaks havoc. I tell you what, one of the best damn deckhands around though. Oh, she pull no punches with that one. Hell of a sailor. Even better thief.
Now that is some useful information. Y'all should learn from this kind fellow right here. Said her name is Ariel.
Ariel, yeah, little halfling lady. She frequents my establishment here. One of my best customers. I haven't seen her in a day or two, but she usually turns up somewhere. When she's looking for a hard drink.
Well, that is incredibly useful, and I promise you, when I get my gold back, and I will get my gold back, you got a hefty tip coming for you. Do you happen to know where she currently resides?
Yeah, no. She merchants out mercenaries out her services, rather. She's a pirate for hire, just like most folks around here. Home is the open sea. Apparently, she might be homeless at the moment. Scavenging what she can around places like this. She's fond of the strong drinks. I imagine I'll see her again.
All right, well, guess that's all we're gonna get here. I'm just gonna turn to the rest of the group and just kind of nod towards captain and his crew that's here, and then just kind of walk over to party. Now, I'm not sure if you. I know you guys don't really, and kind of keeping my voice low when I say this. Also, um, I know you all don't really want to stay here for too long, so I will follow suit if you guys just want to leave now and take off while we can. But if you don't mind, we can also go running after this Ariel and get my gold back. But either way, I'm sure it'll be fine. We can leave now, and I will put up no complaints. Or we can stick around and try and find this girl.
I imagine Renwick's still discreetly off to the side, so it's going to boil down to what you guys decide you want to do.
I think we could go outside and take a look around. I don't think we really paid attention to anybody else on our way here. Trying to keep up with your leg strides.
All right, well, why don't we give it to the end of the day? If we don't find any solid information to lead us toward this Ariel person, then we can leave first thing tomorrow morning. Does that seem fair?
Sounds good. We could
Sounds
spend
good
the
to
day
me.
in a tavern getting drunk and playing games.
Yeah, maybe one more night of rowdiness in the city before we head out on the open water.
I'm always game for a little bit of rowdiness, and Logus is gonna punch the closest person to him. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna do that.
Well, probably one of us.
I was gonna say, yeah. I was gonna say,
yeah, immediately Dex Gladiator.
yeah. Blade takes damage. Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck?
All right. Well,
Okay, so as you guys kind of, what's the plan from here? How do you guys want to approach the situation?
Logus will try to find maybe a table or something that's facing the door, and grab an ale, maybe some cards, and if there's like a deck of cards around or something, and get a game going. But he wants to be able to have eyes on the door at all times to see, just keep an eye out for her.
Okay, does that make sense?
Is there a chair maybe behind where Logus is sitting, where we would basically be sitting back to back but not facing each other, so we could subtly talk?
Yeah, I mean, you could post up at a nearby table, just kind of discreetly communicate, to kind of give the illusion that you're not in the same party.
Yeah, Renwick will kind of reposition himself over there and then just very quietly speak to Logus and be like, "Do you think that if we're going to be going around chasing some woman for a coin purse, that we shouldn't keep an eye on the ship?" Part of me wants to stay here in the tavern because she frequents here. The other part of me thinks that we just resupplied our ship, and while it wouldn't be an easy task, I mean, with nobody watching it, it is a lot of supplies to leave lying around.
Um, quick question, Sean. When we were walking up, did it seem like the other ships were being manned at all time, or did it seem like people were pretty okay with leaving their ships
Or is there
unguarded?
like a dock patrol kind of thing?
You didn't really see like a dock patrol or anything particular. Like, there's literally no law here at all, 0%. But you did see kind of a mixture of both. There were decks that, at least on the above deck area, looked to be clear as far as you could tell. Walking in, but there were also other ships that did have several crewmates kind of posted up on the upper deck. So you didn't actually explore all the ships, so there could have been personnel inside maybe, but as far as you could tell, just at first glance, it's a little mixture of both.
So since Renwick and Logus are sitting back to back, he'll kind of sit back and say, Captain, perhaps it wouldn't be a bad idea since we're here with a bunch of people who seem to know more about sailing and being on a ship than we do. Maybe hiring some deckhands or maybe a little crew wouldn't be the worst idea.
Well, I mean, we can sail with what we've got, but more hands make less work if we find the right people. But that's the least of my concerns right now. If we find the right people as we're trying to get out of town, then so be it. But I mean, we're already hanging around longer than we should be, trying to find all this gold for Gladir, which I can't fault him for. I'd be doing the same myself. But well, I don't want to have to talk to any more people than we have to in this port. It's the more we talk, the more likely we are to run into trouble. I mean, we've already almost started 2 different bar fights. We've only been here for a pretty short amount of time.
Bar fights seem to come with the territory, but I only say that because we could potentially hire people to be on the boat while we are walking into various places. We don't have to be so paranoid of the ship at all times like we are right now.
Well, I don't even know if we're going to be around long enough to hire anybody. So I guess for what it's worth, we take our chances. And maybe you and I keep an eye on the bar. The party scouts the area nearby. Just make sure that they don't get too far as they're looking around for this aerial. And hopefully she either comes into the bar or they run across paths. And first person to see her, just radio to somebody that's in the other group so that we all know where to reconvene.
DM, is there like a board, maybe like a looking for work type board, like in the tavern where I forget what it's called, like a community board type thing?
Not in this particular tavern. No, it's mostly just broken furniture, some wobbly tables, and liquor.
Okay, well at this point, since Logus would have pulled out a deck of cards and just kind of like waited for like just randoms to come and start dealing and make it seem like he just try to be as inconspicuous as possible, but also always got eyes on the door.
Okay, yeah. You and Renwick are kind of posted up. What is Locris? What are you doing in this type of situation?
Logris is going to go up to the bar. Actually, he's going to go stand right outside the door and just kind of keep an eye on anybody walking by. And he's going to make sure his disguise self makes it look like his coin purse is on the opposite side.
Oh, very nice. Well played. Blade, where are you at in this situation?
So, I guess how many people would you say are in the tavern currently?
Aside from your party, there is the captain of the Waterhammer and the 3 crewmates and the bartender.
Okay. Well, Blade kind of pulls again his loot out, but kind of puts a finger up to the captain and says, "No magic," and walks over to the door. And he's thinking, well, if we can't find her, we got to bring her to us. So let's see if we can make this tavern a bumping place she might like to, poke into, and maybe kind of join Locris outside the door. Maybe try to play some music to maybe draw people in to the tavern. And if that happens, maybe work my way into the tavern after that.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. You kind of go about strumming your loot. Go ahead and give me a performance check. Gladier, what are you doing after this situation kind of diffused?
Okay, so quick, we're on the southernmost part of the isle, right?
Correct.
And our ship is on the northernmost.
Correct. You're about 700 yards or so from your ship.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that is a little problematic.
Blade's light, strumming of his lute kind of begins to fill the room with music. It's nothing, legendary, but it is kind of a pleasant background tune. As you guys kind of go about your business. Gladier, where would you be?
So first off, I'm gonna walk across the street. So there's like that kind of like building that looks like it's kind of like catty corner to that southernmost tavern.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna like stand there across the street and just kind of post up, lean against the wall, just look around, and then I'm gonna activate the ring that we have, the ring of the Order of the Sands of Justice, and start a telepathic communication with Renwick, and just all right, well, I don't want to keep us here for too long. Like you said, this is a bit of a risk staying here, so I feel like we give it a couple hours, and then if we don't see anything, then we just cut our losses and run. I'm not trying to put any of us in danger just for over some gold. So,
Well, I respect that, and I'm sure that we can cover your expenses, and we'll recoup what you've lost if we can't find it. But take a couple hours. Logus and I'll keep an eye on the bar. Stay close. Make sure that somebody can be in contact with us if you get into trouble or if you find Ariel. And we'll stay at the bar for a little bit and then make our way back to the ship to make sure that nothing bad happens. But just stay in touch. Hope you find your gold. And we'll be nearby if you need us.
sounds like a plan. Yeah, and I'm just gonna post up like right across the street from the tavern and just like keep an eye out, just looking up and down the street for.
Okay. So Blade, Gladier, and Locris, I want all of you guys to give me some perception checks.
$15 for Locris.
17 for Blade.
9.
Was that everybody or just the three that went outside of the bar?
Oh, you lucky some bitches. So, just the three outside of the bar. As you guys are kind of posting up, looking around, you hear kind of a splash. And you're like, what? And as you kind of look over, it looks like a trunk of some kind was just thrown off of the water hammer, one of the boats of the captain in the bar and the sailors. And shortly after the trunk is thrown off of one side, you see a halfling take a swan dive off of this boat towards the trunk and splash near it. Looks like acquiring the trunk and then swimming forth.
I'll start to follow, keeping an eye but trying to be inconspicuous.
Has it
The
been more than
swan dive splash kind of fucked her on her stealth check. But the three of you are easily could triangulate. She has not is not aware of you guys, but you are aware of her. She is currently swimming. Looks like towards a different dock area.
has it been more than 10 minutes since I do you think since I activated the ring?
We'll say you're pushing it. You probably have a minute or two left.
All right, I'm gonna still connected to Renwick. I'm just gonna tell him get the captain of the water hammer, bring him out here now. Same girl
No.
is stealing is stealing off of their ship. Hurry up.
Renwick, this comes through your psychic vibrations of the ring.
And he'll before he stands up, he'll still whisper to Logus and be like, "Wait 30 seconds. Follow me out. They see Ariel. She's down by the water near the water hammer. She just jumped off the ship." And he'll just leave his beer there and throw his hood back up and make his way through the crowd very stealthily if possible, just not drawing attention but trying to get out of the building. And the second he's out of the building, he'll just start booking it to catch up with the crew.
Okay, yeah.
Logan will wait the 30 seconds and finish out the last hand that he was playing in cards with the other crew members. And y'all seem to have drained me of all my money. I don't know what I was thinking playing cards with a bunch of pirates. And he'll throw his cards down and get up and good night, gentlemen. It was fun playing, and just start heading out the door.
Okay, yeah.
And then as he gets out the door and sees, I'm pretty sure since Renwick's a little halfling, he's not too fast. He'll be like, "Oh shit," and just start booking it after him. And I'm pretty fucking quick, so I'm pretty sure I'll overtake him pretty fast.
Okay, yeah, you guys kind of follow sideline. She swims kind of parallel to the shore for a while, but slowly but surely, this halfling does kind of push this leather trunk after she's got a good distance away from the boat that she just robbed. You do see her, keeping a distance. You probably got 100 feet or so. She's soaking wet, pushes a large trunk onto the beach, and then takes a few tools out of her belt and looks to currently be trying to pick the lock. Not aware of you or the party.
It's dark at this time. I'm pretty sure, right?
Yeah, the sun is just kind of setting, so it's like twilight. It's still kind of orange off in the horizon, but the stars have definitely come out.
Okay, so with my Gloomstalker ability, when I'm in darkness and shadows, I'm pretty much invisible. So I'll tell Gladier, don't go stomping around with your big dragonborn self. It's best if if she doesn't know we're onto her yet. And I have eyes on her, right?
Correct.
So I am. How far away is she from us? You said about 100? 100 feet?
With the party just kind of keeping eyes and like quickly tailing her, you guys can triangulate pretty good. But you guys are roughly you're giving her about 100 feet. And there's other people kind of slowly meandering about the beach, and a few guards at a warehouse nearby. But for the most part, she's kind of isolated on the beach.
I'm gonna get within 90 feet of her and cast Hunter's Mark on her. So now I'll know where she's at all times if we lose her. And I'm going to tell Renwick, perhaps me and you should go ahead and try to sneak up on her before she knows we're aware of her.
Locris is going to move within 60 feet and cast Hold Person.
Oh shit! Okay, what do you need from me?
Wisdom saving throw, DC 16.
That's a raw roll, 14. You see as something clicks and she throws the chest open and says, "Yeah!" She freezes in place.
I rush forward and slap some manacles on her.
Perfect. How long does the hold person spell last?
1 minute.
Okay, yeah, so you guys have a bit of time.
When you go to put the manacles on her, Renwick's going to stop you and pull the masterwork manacles from the bag of holding and say, "I think you might want to use these." She's sneaky. And he's going to pat her down while she's under the effects of hold person and try to like take any lock picks or hidden any tools. Like, she's sneaky. He's a rogue. He's on the lookout so that she can't escape.
Logus will kind of like step out of the shadows, to kind of spook her to think like, oh, you think you're sneaky? Well, just kind of give her a little intimidation factor.
She's currently frozen in place, but her eyes are flicking about furiously, looking at all of you guys.
It seems that we made the little halfling mad.
As the lithe elf tries to intimidate the halfling, the 300-pound dragonborn stomps right by him and grabs the manacles and lifts the halfling into the air, holding her like face to face with him. Where
It's about this time that the spell wears off, and now she's just dangling limp. She kind of meets you eye to eye. She's like, "Oh, hi! Oh, fuck!"
Where's my gold? And I'm gonna drop the girdle of scales, so I go back to my golden dragonborn color, and then I'm just gonna like, for flavor, start my like a breath weapon in my mouth, just like kind of like holding the fire like in my jaw, like in my throat, so it just like lights up in the dark night.
Okay, give me an intimidation check. We can say you made it with advantage since your party hit her with a spell and cuffed her for you.
Intimidation, not bad for me. That's a 21 with advantage, or 22. I'm sorry.
Her eyes go wide, and her lip kind of quivers, and she, "Oh, yeah, sorry about that. Back left pocket."
And I'm just gonna turn around and like face her to Logus, be like, "Logus, do you mind grabbing my coin purse for me?"
Yeah, and Logus is gonna be like, yes, I'm going to reach for the coin purse now. I'm going to try to not touch anything else. Trying to make this as comfortable for you as possible. Don't want to get a reputation for being a pervert or anything. Then he'll kind of try to gently just grab the coin purse and not really touch her.
We don't need to get HR involved.
Why'd you have to make it weird? Make a sleight of hand check.
I know. Do I have your consent to take the coin purse?
She doesn't. She does not break eye contact with Gladier and his like flaming like jowls, and she says, sure."
Okay, everyone heard that. Witnesses, I do have consent, and I'm going for the coin purse now. I rolled a 19, sleight of hand.
Okay, yeah, you dip into her back left pocket, and you find quite a hefty coin purse, one that looks familiar.
I'm gonna pocket it and say I didn't find it. What's Gladier's passive perception?
And did Renwick see this happen?
My passive perception is not good. What was her sleight of hand?
19 total.
I rolled a 17, so I didn't see shit.
My passive perception is 11, so I'd never see shit.
Locris and Blade, give me a perception check to see if you spot Logos fucking swipe this gold.
19.
Meets a beats.
So Logis is gonna like start picking it and kind of with his passive perception being pretty high, notice that Locris is watching him and yes, I found it. It's right here. Here you go. I'm gonna snatch like 2 gold coins though.
Okay, yeah. Gladier, you're 2 gold light. Actually, Gladier, you're about 40 gold light of what was stolen from you total.
So is that 38 from her or 42 total?
Seems like she might have spent a little bit, but yeah, 38 or so does not get recovered, aside from the 2 gold finder's fee for Logos.
That's fine.
I know.
I'd rather be 42 gold short than 3,200 gold short. Yeah, so Gladier's just gonna place the little halfling back down on the ground. Alright, now we got our gold back. I guess no harm done. But you're lucky we found you, and you gave it up so easily, because this could have gone a totally different way. Now, what are you taking from the water hammer? Because this trunk looks awfully expensive and awfully important.
And she's been kind enough to go ahead and open it.
That she has. Maybe we should take a look inside. Renwick, you want to check it out?
I absolutely do. And as he'll walk up, he'll keep an eye, because although she opened it, I don't think it has it been fully opened, or did she just pick the lock right before she got held?
She managed to pick the lock and throw the lid open, but that is when Locris hold person spell kicked in. So it is open.
Okay. All right, fair enough. He'll just walk over and inspect it then.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and well, actually, it's pretty simple. There's a few of the captain's personal belongings in here. A satchel of coins. You find 150 gold coins in a small bag, and a bunch of maps and ledgers that are familiar. You kind of seen some of this at the cove, where you had acquired a few things for your own ship. You do see a little bit of correspondence between the pirates' personal correspondence, the captain's anyway, and a few journals, as well as a familiar shimmering sheet of paper. It is another list, similar to yours.
What were you planning to do with these items?
I don't know. They were locked in a trunk and off limits. I was taking a risk just stealing it. I figured put it in my pocket and move on. if there was anything worth keeping in there.
I'll use a second charge of wand to detect magic to see if anything specific lights up.
The parchment definitely glows a little bit, but aside from that, there's nothing in particular in this trunk aside from some sea ledgers and things, a lot of paperwork that the captain maintained. Looks like cargo ledgers mostly, a few notes jotted on it here and there.
And I'd say we take the maps and throw her inside, lock it back up, and be on our way.
I don't know, guys. Don't you think that maybe perhaps someone with her skill set could be a little useful for us? You do
Renwick
to
oh, sorry.
be pretty skilled, little halfling. A little word
Yeah.
of advice, though. You know why you got caught? Because you were too greedy. And
Yeah.
he'll just like be eye level with the little halfling and kind of talking to her.
I don't think we can trust her on our ship.
I wouldn't get a good night's sleep.
Yeah, none at all.
I seem to have known a couple people here that had questionable paths, who were set with a purpose, who were able to change their old ways. Our captain here is a former pirate. Maybe perhaps some honest work and work on a boat might be good for her.
No thanks, I don't work for slavers.
Oh, slavers. Yeah.
Hence,
can't
hence
say-
why you're a target. I mean, sorry, but dishonest work begets dishonest work. Am I wrong?
I think you might have the wrong impression of us. And he'll reach into the bag of holding and pull out like one of the badges. I think we only melted down the silver badges, right?
Silver and the 2 gold, so
And
there's
the 2
still
golds.
copper
There's
badges.
the copper. He'll pull out like a couple of the copper badges and just be like, "We aren't slavers, dear. Quite the opposite, actually." And you might have heard tale of some people causing havoc down in Hordenshire, and a lot of bounty hunters going missing. Well, let's just say we know some people that might have had something to do with that. We're not by any means slavers, and you do have a particular set of skills, and something tells me you're not in it because you're an asshole. You're in it because you need the money. The money's good, and you're good at what you do. So I think there might be a discussion that could be had about some employment that might take you down a little bit more of an acceptable path, so you're not running into people like us, because eventually people like us won't ask questions and they'll just kill you. And I'd hate to see that happen to somebody with so much talent.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
Maybe with advantage because we're both talking to her.
I would say with advantage, but I was going to impose disadvantage, so it's going to be a straight roll. So before you get your persuasion check out, she's kind of eyeballs you, insights you a little bit. She says, "Look, all I know is you got a couple of badges that identify some out-of-country slave work. You got a boat that has slave cages on the dock. Slavers aren't the most honest folk, and I happen to see your name, the name of your boat, on the no-hit list. So, I mean, nice try, but if ever was there a guild stooge, it's you."
Describe this
Logus
list.
is, yeah, no hit list. What is that?
What do you mean? What is that? It's your list. You're on it. You know what I'm talking about.
If we knew what you were talking about, we wouldn't be asking questions.
Would you though? Because I mean, I'm about the best damn pirate around, and I don't know. I just get a sense of like
I'll-
green about you guys sometimes. No offense.
I'll let the disguise self just drop.
Holy shit. You hang out with demons. Great. Great.
Tell me, little
Now-
halfling, how could we be slavers if we're green? I mean, those two don't usually correlate.
I don't know. I don't hang out with slavers. They're scum.
Yeah, they are.
So you're gonna let me go, or what's the plan here? Can I get the key to these manacles? What's the deal?
Alright, I'm just going to kill her.
Well, how
She
about
doesn't want to talk and answer my question. Screw it.
Whoa! What was the question there, demon man?
What is this no hit list?
It's a no hit list for the guild, the shadow specialists, a crew of particularly dangerous and well organized pirates. I wouldn't recommend crossing them, but if you're not with them, you have already commandeered one of their ships, so I figured you probably already knew what the heck was going on. Looks like you, from my eyes, you look like one of them to me.
Do you know how to read this list?
It's
Because we have the copy of it. However, suddenly a new name appeared on it with a number next to it. What would that mean?
I mean, so the way the guild works is it's like independent factions, independent units, maybe all working towards the same goal, but to kind of hide the identity of everybody. It just gives you it's just a list of no-hit ships. You do as much pirating as you please, but you check the name tag before you raid. You don't hit the ships on the no-hit list because they are fellow guild members. But who's running what ships where? It tends to change. Crews swap hands, so it's easier to keep track of the ships. Any other movement on the ship registry there, it's the way the guild communicates. Maybe a ship sinks, so they or gets destroyed, they're captured, they cross off the list to let everybody else know they ain't working with them no more. And if, say, there was a ship of interest, maybe like a bounty put out on something, the list would show it in a different color. Different, a different way to identify it as a target, less than a standard person on there or ship on the no-hit list.
So you've seen a lot of slavers come through here, have you?
Yeah, they're a shitty lot, but not all pirates suck that bad. Some of us got a little bit of honor, sometimes.
So have you
Chris
seen?
puts this guy's self back up.
So have you seen some of the slaves that they're transporting?
Yeah, I've seen some come through here's and there. Why?
A lot of golden dragonborns that you've seen come through here?
A few handfuls now and again, yeah. These years ago, though. I mean, it's been a while since we've seen a good influx of any kind of golden dragonborns. We don't get a lot from Hordenshire in general. It's kind of a hard, cliffy area. We don't get a lot of travelers from there. Mostly from the Tir Na or Brightwood.
Well, if you've seen a decent amount of golden dragonborns come through here as slaves, why do you think one of them would be a slaver themselves? Now, I'm not sure if you're convinced yet or not, but we are for sure not slavers. We came upon this ship, and our little friend here knows how to captain a ship, and we used it to get out of a sticky situation. No more, no less.
What was your persuasion check, Renwick?
I was waiting for this entire thing because that was, I feel like, a really good RP moment for all of us. I rolled a 1. Halflings reroll 1s. And then I rolled a 2 for an 8.
Gladier, I will let you make a separate persuasion check.
Had this big
God.
fucking speech. Worst possible rolls ever.
All right, no pressure on me then. Jesus. I rolled a natty 1 for a 7, but still a natty 1.
It was just not meant to be.
Might as
Killer.
well
She kind of
do
looks you guys over, and she's just not really sold. But she kind of looks you guys over. She's like, "Well, you might not be bad. You might not be good. I really don't know. I'm just kind of in it for me at this point. But I'm really tired of being stabbed in the back by crewmates and whatnot. So I don't think I'm interested, but thanks for thinking of me." And she hands you your masterwork manacles back and walks away.
I knew she had it in her. I just figured it'd slow her down a little bit. He just puts them back in the bag of holding.
Honestly, she
Captain,
probably would have
not-
been useful, but at the same time, I don't think I would have slept well at night.
Captain, you did just tell her that we killed the bounty hunters, so I think at this point we have to detain her at least until we know she won't say anything.
Oh shit! She takes off running.
She's a little halfling. I'll catch up to her. I'll go and catch up to her.
Yeah, you're with your increased speed. It is not difficult. You keep pace with her easily.
As I've said,
Can
throw
I
her
just
in
try
the
to grapple her?
chest.
Say that again.
Can I try to grapple her?
Sure. Go ahead and give me. We'll call it an athletics check to try to take her down.
Hot dice. It's not bad. That's 15 plus. What's my athletics?
Hopefully more than
3.
2.
Not bad. 18 total.
Woo!
You, even though you're much faster than her, she's pretty wriggly, and you do manage to take her down, but barely. And she is like kicking and striking at you furiously while calling out, "Help! Help! He's touching me inappropriately! Anybody care? Anybody care about this? He's
No,
just
I
help!
asked for
Somebody
consent.
help!
I'm not.
This is
I'm
not
not
consensual.
touching
This
her.
is not consensual. Somebody give me a
No,
hand."
it was. I have witnesses. And I'll carry her back. And please, Captain, put the manacles back on her. And I think
Keep
Locris
the
is right.
manacles, throw her in the chest. She can pick herself out, and by then we should be on the ship and gone.
I mean, that is a fair
Captain,
point.
I have a
There's pages on the ship.
suggestion. I have a suggestion.
Well, at this point,
Captain.
yeah, at this point, we're ankles deep, so I'm all ears.
I think we make it simple for her. Either she comes with us and we're able to show her we're not bad people, or we turn her into the captain of the Waterhammer for catching her stealing off their boats. It's quite simple, really.
We could take the contents of the chest, leave her in the chest on the ship, and just be on our merry way. And they'd find her in the chest. It'd be honestly quite comical and pretty ironic given the situation.
Yeah, but she knows what we look like. She knows who we are, what ship we're on. She does have information on us.
Okay,
Did
so we
really
kill her.
end up on that bounty list?
I mean, I'll tell you what, maybe I forget everything that ever was, and I do this for the modest price of what was in this. And she shows you once again Gladier's coin purse.
I like her.
God damn it.
I really like her too, if I'm being honest, boys. I'm pretty sad she's not taking us up on the job offer, but I have to respect it. Game respects game. He's just gonna step back and be like, I don't know exactly what it's gonna take for her to keep her mouth shut, or if we can even trust her. But hopefully, it'll just be long enough that we'll be long gone.
Well, why don't we do what Lokris said? Throw her in the chest, put the chest on the ship, and let's go. Once we're out in the ocean, she doesn't really have a choice.
I wasn't thinking we put her on the ship. You just leave her in the chest here on the beach. She'll pick herself
Problem
out
is,
within minutes.
yes, Lokris, but the problem with that is that she knows us, our faces, that we kill bounty hunters, that we have the Dawn Treader, that we are on a no-hit list. We've, for some reason, divulged a lot of information to her, and I think that simply leaving her is just not an option if she's
You're
alive.
right. You're right. Let's just kill her.
No, we're not gonna kill her. I'm gonna snatch or attempt to snatch my fucking coin purse out of her hand again,
Sorry, it's a habit. She lets you take it.
and then I'm going to pick her up by the collar of her shirt, toss her over my shoulder, and then just start walking towards our ship. Be like, all right,
What the fuck?
we just gotta fucking go.
Logus is gonna look. We're not that bad, and you'll see in due time. I just need you to relax and trust us. And I'm gonna cast Charm Person on her.
Oh snap! Okay, what do you need from me from Charm Person?
Oh, Wisdom 15.
Ah, it's a raw roll, but she passes.
I said I need you to trust us. You can't cast it again, right? Once they've succeeded.
If you have the spell slots, you can cast it as many times as you have a spell slot.
Wow,
Sometimes those are
I'll cast.
24.
Renwick, do you still have some of that fancy wine in that bag of holding we got?
So I think you guys went through 2 bottles, but I'm pretty sure we've got at least one more. Uh, give me a second, and he'll start rummaging around through the bag.
Gladier, as you've thrown her over your shoulder and are walking off, go ahead and give me, we'll call it an athletics check. She is a very regularly acrobatic type of person, and she is not stoked to be thrown over your shoulder and walked off.
I'm gonna cast it again.
Okay, great.
I said I needed you to trust us, please.
And right then, Renwick pulls the bottle of fine wine out, and he's like, "Oh yeah, here it is. We've got at least one more."
So just about as you pull the bottle out and Gladier manages to restrain her physically as she's trying to wriggle off, she does kind of get a dopey-eyed grin and kind of go glazy-eyed for a minute, staring deeply into Logus's eyes. She kind of stares at him for a moment, and she stops struggling, Gladier.
I'm gonna take the bottle of wine from his hand, uncork it with my teeth, dump a little bit on her. Not like a lot of it, just enough where like she smells like wine. And take a swig. No, Jesus Christ.
Sorry, I was in the heat of the moment.
Take a swig and then hand it back to Renwick. And I just want to make her smell like wine so she just looks like a drunk friend that we're carrying back to our ship.
Well, Gladier, she is our drunk friend, and you can actually put her down now. Isn't that right, Ariel?
No, I'm gonna hold on to her.
She kind of looks at you all dreamy-eyed. Whatever you want, handsome.
Renwick will just take a swig out of the bottle after Gladier does that, and look back at him and be like, "I'm so fucking proud of you. I've clearly rubbed off on you a little bit." And he'll cork it and just pass it over to Locris.
Locris will take a big swig.
Yeah, I'm just gonna start walking off towards our ship with our new friend that hopefully looks and smells like a drunk person.
Right before we left, Chris would have made sure we had all the papers from the chest.
Okay, yeah, you collect a bunch of logs and charts and things of various information, but mostly pertaining to like cargo logs and stuff. But quite a bit of parchment.
As we're walking away, Logus will turn to Renwick. Do you think it's smart that we leave this case on the floor here? Maybe we should hide it. I mean, we did have an encounter with them, and they see a case on the floor after we left. They might get the wrong impression.
Push it in the water.
That's actually a great point. Yeah, if somebody wants to chuck it out in the water real quick, that's probably for the best.
You being the beefy one, my friend, could you do the honors? I'll take care of our little friend here, and I'll like grab her and put her down and kind of hold her hand a little bit. And you wouldn't mind walking with me, would you?
Absolutely not. Where are we going? She's all happy and like skipping.
Get rid of that case before we get into more trouble. I got this.
I guess Glader will try and toss the trunk just back into the water and then go right back to standing like directly behind Ariel and like watching her every movement.
Weigh it down with rocks, Glader. I'm pretty sure it just float in the water.
Yeah, it doesn't take much to heft it out there because it's a smaller chest, but it does float.
Even if it's like open, what if it like?
Oh yeah, if you leave it open, it'll eventually fill with water and sink. But
yeah,
you throw it a few feet out on the beach line. You sink it to kind of at least conceal the evidence for now.
All right. Yeah, we should probably get going, right?
Okay, so what's the party deciding to do from here? Return to the ship?
The ship, right, Captain?
Ship, sail off.
Yeah,
Yep.
Renwick, you getting the fuck out of Dodge?
So fuck, the only reason we were hanging around was to get your gold. Now we've got your gold and potentially a new friend, so we might as well get the hell out of here.
Renwick panic looks like grabs for his coin purse again. Is it still there?
It's still there.
Everybody do a coin purse check.
I put my coin purse by my coin purse.
Renwick does the same.
Glader quickly follows suit.
Just
So as
for
you guys
funsies,
are all
I
like
rolled.
puckering your buttholes with these coin purses.
Right in the old prison wallet.
Just for funsies, I rolled to see if I could snatch Gladier's coin purse, and I rolled a natural 20 plus 5.
Of a sleight of hand?
Yes.
Gladier, roll a perception check. See if you could spot this go down.
What was your roll again?
It's a 25 is the DC you have to beat.
It was also a natural 20.
Even if I get a natural 20, I'm not beating that.
Well, in that case, you do have a mini panic attack as you reach back for your your coin purse, and it is
It's
gone.
physically impossible for me to beat that check.
So as you guys do your coin purse checks, everybody's is where it should be, except for Gladier's.
Logus, do you eventually give it back to me?
Logus doesn't know what you're talking about.
Piece of shit.
I'm just skipping with my new little friend here.
As you guys are kind of skipping towards the boat, she kind of glances at you, Logos. She's like, "Yeah, that was pretty easy, huh?" And she kind of just joyously skips with you towards the boat.
And I kind of whispered to her, I was like, "You're so right, my little friend. It is so easy to steal from him. He's like completely oblivious to anything."
What is how much? What's the duration on charm person?
An hour.
Okay, yeah, it doesn't take long at all before the party eventually makes their way back to the Dawn Shredder.
I feel like Glader's just stayed quiet this whole time, just out of embarrassment for losing his coin purse for a third time. He's given up at this point.
I try to slide the hand it back into where he left it to try to make him go crazy. Like
You're
it's
gonna
been
put-
there the whole time.
you're gonna put my
Yeah,
coin
yeah.
purse-
Give me a sleight of hand versus a perception check.
Same time.
All right.
I got a 17.
I did not.
And yeah, you successfully hang Gladier's coin purse back on his belt without him noticing.
I like to think the rest of the party is just watching me fuck with him.
Whatever Glader notices, he just doesn't say anything. This
you,
is just
you hear a loud halfling giggle, and that's about the time you realize your coin purse has been returned to your belt.
Renwick is going to pull a second set of manacles, masterwork manacles, out of the bag of holding, put them on her ankles, and then be like, well, boys, as much as it pains me to say this, and I can't believe that it's happening on my father's ship, I think our best move is to put her in one of those cages that Gladier couldn't rip off of the ship. And let's get the hell out of port.
She's good for now. She's let her explore a little bit, and because she's still charmed. And as soon as I feel it waning, I'll let them know so they can put her away if we're not far away from the land yet.
Fair enough. I can respect that.
yeah. Hold on. Why don't we just? I don't think we should put her in a cage. Why don't we just, keep the manacles on her like you have her, put her down in the captain's quarters for now. Maybe take everything out of the captain's quarters that you find dear, and just keep her there until we get far enough away from port. I mean, once we get a certain distance out into the ocean, she's not going to want to, jump off ship and try and swim her way back. She's going to be stuck with us. So just got to know where to go once we're further out into the water.
And Renwick is going to turn to Logus and just be like, now, Logus, I want to give you this opportunity, but having a charmed person is a big responsibility, and you've got to feed them and take care of them and make sure that they don't tear anything up or get into trouble. Just try to make light of the shit show that was this whole day.
And don't do anything weird.
What do you mean by weird? I've asked for.
Remember, consent under the influence of a charm spell is not consent.
Under whose laws?
One word, Logus. One word to describe why I need to tell you don't do anything weird. Sturge.
This is kind of go wide-eyed a little bit because he technically didn't know that y'all knew about that. I don't know what you're talking about.
We all know what we're talking about.
Blade cried for the first week.
I was merely doing it for science. It gets, to see what would happen. But anyways, yes, of course, I wouldn't do anything to the little halfling. And he's just gonna kind of climb up to the crow's nest and not look at anybody in the eye.
Okay, yeah. So as the party kind of readies the boat to set sail, where is the destination there, Captain? Where are you pointing this vessel to?
I think we're going to try to make our way toward Tuscargo, back toward the family inn. I mean, last we heard, my father had left and was heading back home. And that's I think the last lead we've gotten so far. So I think we're at least heading in that direction.
Okay, yeah. You make way, and you there is an island between you and northern, north side Tuscargo, and it is a place called Green Hill. It is a halfling colony upon this island. You are very familiar with. It is a common trading partner of northern Tuscargo, and was probably being one of the safer, more closer routes to homeland. It was probably one of your first sea voyages, and first maybe even dozen, as you kind of learned to travel with your father. But you're about 2.5 days out from there, and that's the halfway point to Tuscargo, essentially. So it's gonna you're looking at about a week on the open sea, maybe a little more, maybe a little less, depending on your sailing checks. So as you guys kind of get out and set sail, go ahead and give me a sailing check there, Renwick. The After a short time, Logos, the charm spell does kind of wane. You're looking at maybe 10 minutes or so.
Captain, just letting you know the charm is going to be dropping soon. I'll leave it in your hands. What would you like to do? Once we're out in the water, her would be to steal a rowboat or jump in the water.
Well, poke holes in the rowboats. We won't need them where we're going.
Excuse
No,
me.
nobody. It was a joke. It was a joke. We have terrible luck. We're not poking holes in the rowboats. But Logus, you have the best eyes. I need you to keep an eye on her. Because Gladiator can't stand to lose that money again. And quite frankly, none of us are going to notice either. It's just been a bad day for him. And I don't want anybody losing their shit.
I mean, I'm honestly surprised Gladiator notices anything. I mean, he might as well just be looking at the ground all day.
Wait, what now? Huh? What are we talking about?
Nothing. Logus is gonna go to Ariel, and I hope this shows that we don't mean any harm, and I think that once it drops, you're gonna know that you've been charmed, and we really are not bad people. I hope you can give us the chance to show you that, and it is honest work, and we'll pay you accordingly. If just give us a chance to show you, please.
And so, yeah, while she's still under the charm effect, her eyes are kind of glazy, and she's yeah, anything for you, darling.
I don't even know if you'll remember this once it drops, but I hope so. And I'll climb back up and take my position up top and have eyes on her and see how she reacts when it drops.
Okay, so she is still manacled, arms and feet, correct?
Renwick, did you say arms and feet or just feet?
I did say we have 2 sets of masterwork manacles. So I did at one point go to put manacles on her ankles and wrists, but in all fairness, I think you stopped me because she was charmed. And did say we would readdress that when it got close, but we didn't really readdress it. But we're out at sea now.
Okay, so as you guys kind of drift off into the horizon and the charm spell fades, she goes from kind of complacently staring off. It is night. The stars are out, and she's kind of staring off. And you realize her slowly kind of look down at herself and her hands and flex them, and she snaps up and looks around. Wait a minute, did you Did you fuckers just kidnap me? Are you serious? She pulls a blade from her belt and scampers up across some of the rope netting. Look like on her way towards the crow's nest.
I guess charm person.
Oh God.
Logus, give me a perception check.
Oh God, this is getting so bad.
I guess
27 total. I got a 17 plus 10, 27. Oh God.
Oh shit!
She's gonna get sneak attack on me or something.
Logus, I need you to give me a dexterity saving throw.
It's a 21 total, 13 plus 8.
So out of nowhere, as you're kind of just glancing out over the horizon, something quickly catches your foot, and you, without warning, are yanked via a rope off of the perch, off of the crow's nest, and you do tumble down towards the deck. However, you do manage to pull off the superhero landing, only taking a single d6 of damage. So let me roll it out. Oh, taking six bludgeoning damage as you hit the ground, and as you kind of stand up, kind of adjusting from the long fall and the weight, swinging down upon you from a rope from one of the rafters is in fact Ariel, blade drawn, and she comes swinging into you and crashes into your person. Go ahead and give me an athletics check as she tries to take you to the ground.
As I see her falling, I'll cast Hold Person.
Hold on, let it play out. Let it play out. I want to see what she does.
Well, she could take her swing first. I don't mind.
17 total. I'm gonna tell Locris, no, let her get it out.
She totally takes.
Son of a bitch.
She takes Logus to the ground hard. She's like Tarzan swings like on a vine off of this rope, leaping from the area where she just kind of ripped him down using rope leverage as well, and she crashes down upon you, and you kind of open your eyes, and you are face to face with a very angry young halfling woman whose blade is drawn and pressed against your throat. She, you little magic kidnapping, huh? You think you're not the first one? Locris, go ahead and what do you need from me for that spell?
Wisdom saving of 16.
She fails and is frozen in place, holding Logos to the ground with a blade at his throat.
Locris will walk over, pick her up, and throw her into a cage.
Okay, yeah, you throw her into the cage and lock it behind her. She's kind of frozen in place for a brief moment, and then after a minute or so, the spell fades. And she kind of looks around. We're nice people. We're not, come with us. And then, when I respectfully decline, you kidnap me and throw me in a cage. But you're not slavers. But we're traveling through the dark into mysterious circumstances. But we're good people. This is all bullshit. I'm killing each and every single one of you if I get out of here. I swear to God.
You weren't in a cage until you pulled a blade, and if it were up to me, you'd already be dead. So yes, they are good people. I'm not.
He does have a fair point. We did argue heavily in favor of not killing you or leaving you for the Waterhammer crew to kill you when they came back and saw that you'd stolen their shit.
So kidnapping was a second?
Oh no, we hadn't initially planned that, but unfortunately you knew too much and you ran away and didn't give us a chance to talk, so it's just evolved to this. We're not the most polished crew, but we get where we need to go. And right now you're coming with us. And we'd prefer that be under better terms. But unfortunately it's panned out this way.
Or you could swim. I mean,
Okay.
I don't care if
This-
you stay on the boat.
This guy right here is in heavy favor of just getting rid of the extra weight. We're all trying to spare your life. The happy medium is you come with us for now, and hopefully we're friends by the time we make next port and we let you go.
Why don't we all calm down? It's, specifically you, Ariel. Let's just relax. Now we are fully prepared to pay you for your services. And keep in mind, this is coming from someone that you stole from twice, 2 times, not just once, twice. And I, can't speak for everyone here, and I'm not the captain on this ship, but I myself am fully prepared to let you out of this cage and let you work off a debt, considering, again, you stole from me twice. Now, we could let you work off that debt and make a little money, but we cannot leave you behind where you knew our faces, you knew our names because we spoke to each other.
Knew the ship name, and that's a little bit more important.
Yeah, and the ship name, which is on a list that apparently every fucking captain in that dock had a copy of that list. So as bad as it looks, we couldn't let you just hang around there. But again, we're willing to compensate you with wages because you will be assisting us on this voyage towards our destination. So why don't we all just relax? You're gonna make some money. We're not gonna die. You're not gonna die. And again, you're gonna make some money. So if you can not take your blade out and put it to our throats again, we will happily let you out of this cage here. How does that sound?
She looks furious. Her eyes don't really leave Locris's, and she slowly climbs upward on the, using the cage to propel herself upward. Kind of not really motioning towards you, but looking furious at Locris. And she kind of cocks her head. She says, "If I get out of here, you're first." And then she just kind of steps away and sits in the corner of the cage, not speaking to any of you.
Now hold up just 1 second. Just 1 second. Ariel, can you look at me for 2 more seconds and then I won't bother you anymore.
She kind of has almost hit like the fetal position in the corner of the cage, but she does, her eyes do flick over to your direction.
Cast charm person.
Before he does that, I'm gonna turn and punch Logus in the balls as hard as I can.
What? Dexterity saving throw.
Give me an attack roll real quick.
Can I inspire him?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Oh,
You
no,
can.
Like I should get a dexterity saving throw or something.
I was literally just thinking, Will's been really quiet right now. We could so use a bard, and I love that the first thing you speak up on is, can I inspire him to punch Locus in the testicles?
If he's going for an attack roll, technically he'd have advantage because I'm still prone from when she knocked me down. I never said I got out.
You just laid there as they peeled this violent ass halfling off you. Okay, yeah.
If he's still laying there, so I get advantage.
Yeah,
DM?
make an attack roll with advantage.
That is a 25 unarmed strike to hit.
I'm pretty sure that'll
Okay,
hit.
I cast shield. No, that hit.
So you take 1 plus your strength modifier.
It's 5
Oh
bludgeoning.
my balls, dude! That's
You take 5 bludgeoning
sure.
damage straight to the sack there,
I'm
Locus.
pretty sure that's an automatic crit too, or something. 'Cause that's
I mean, double damage and it's 10. I mean, it's a pretty hefty sack tap, my friend.
Yes, I just like punch him right in the dick, and then I just look back at her like with like a grin.
why am I getting punched? I was just trying to help.
She
Just
does.
high-pitched
She does
voice.
chuckle a little bit, but you do manage to get her to crack a smile. But her overall demeanor doesn't change much.
Was she looking at me or Locris? I'm pretty sure she hates Locris, not me. And I'm just in the fetal position. on the
No,
floor.
no, she hates you.
All I did was try to help.
All right, look. So
Renwick, by the way, what was your sailing check? Give me a roll to navigate this big old ship.
You look back at Logus and he's unconscious, making death saves.
Oh yeah, this whole thing went so fucking south. I never rolled a sailing check. Oh boy.
Oh,
I rolled it.
this episode has been bananas, dude. This is great.
I rolled a 2 for a 5.
It's fitting, honestly.
Yeah, we're really distracted by this entire endeavor.
The ship capsizes.
As you guys kind of go about, once again, Renwick, you're calling out commands that they're just not familiar with. You have to re-show them where to tie the knots, how to tie the knots, and it is quite the struggle. You don't manage to stay on course at all. It is quite a difficult and slow process to get back in the direction you need to be. It takes the better part of a day to travel roughly 2, maybe 3 hours out from this island. And Ariel just kind of goes from like the fetal position, kind of watching you guys, to like standing openly gawking at the lack and experience of the crew, and chuckling at times when they misplace a knot or pull the wrong rope. And you hear her mumble something along the lines of, "Great, I was kidnapped by idiots." Wonderful. That being said, you guys kind of take off into the night, heading towards, Green Hill is about the halfway point. And so as you guys kind of travel through the night, once again, we're kind of put in a situation. Renwick really hasn't slept. This will be the point where you're gonna start receiving some points of exhaustion, but your choices are, press on, perhaps let someone else navigate for a bit, or drop anchor and have the crew have a rest proper.
Are we at like full open sea, or
After a really rough start, you have managed to get 2.5, 3 hours away from the island, so there is open sea in all directions.
Yeah, I think at this point, with everything that's happened today, he's like at the wheel, and every now and then he just kind of like starts to lean a little bit to the side and like catches himself and stirs back awake, and he calls out and he's like, "Oh boys, I got us through the night, and it's been a hell of a day, but I think I'm gonna have to tap myself out and get some sleep. But at open sea, you really just have to point it in the right direction. There's not much to run into with this deep of water."
I can give it a go, Captain, if you want. Feel like I owe the group that.
Glader would have walked down into the hold to make sure that our supplies that we paid for are still there.
Oh yeah, they're there. You want to give me an investigation check as you kind of go over them.
So we forgot to check that before we left dock. It was all still there. 14.
It's enough to realize that you definitely paid top dollar for bottom shelf goods. The barrels are somewhat rotten through. They are barely able to contain the fresh water. It doesn't look like it would take much to destroy them. And the bits of alcohol that were ordered, there were a few kegs. It is essentially a grog, like a bathtub mead made by the orcs. It is awful and it smells worse. That being said, the food rations that you had acquired has come mostly in the form of dehydrated beetles. It looks to be, a good protein source, particularly of the orcish tribes. And so essentially, you definitely have some low quality food and water, and the ale and the beetles both smell and taste awful, but it is enough to subside the party.
Gotcha. Well,
Hydrated beetles. This was a delicacy back in my homeland. Logan just goes to town on the dehydrated beetles.
I'm not gonna lie, boys. I've eaten some weird shit at sea. Sometimes you gotta eat what you gotta eat. And the grog's not so bad. After the first glass, you can't really feel your face, let alone taste anything. So,
Well, now I'm glad I didn't send that platinum to those assholes.
yeah, the first 2 days, Glader would have eaten the last of his rations for sure, and not touched anything else. But yeah, Renwick, why don't you need to get some sleep. You can't help us if you're killing yourself here up on deck. So, Logus, why don't you take a watch, and we can just trade our watches and try and just steer this in the right direction and not run into any big rocks. But our expert definitely needs his rest.
well, I certainly appreciate that. I believe Logus decided he'll take the helm for now. I can take it back in about 8 hours, but in the meantime, just batten down the hatches, keep everything safe, boys. It's a straight shot, and the maps are all here. You should be able to navigate fairly easily. And then as he's walking off, I feel like he like takes off his hat and he's like running his fingers through his hair and just like trying to like shake off the sleep as he's getting ready for bed. And he stops and he goes, Do you guys realize in the course of like the last couple of days, we've toppled a government, assassinated a queen, found my dad's long lost boat, and kidnapped a pirate girl? We stay really busy. It's a lot sometimes. And he just like wanders off into the captain's chambers to go to bed.
Yeah,
He's right. He's right,
tired.
Gladia. That's been like the past 2 days alone. He just said.
I'm really tired. Hey, Blade, do you think you can help me out with something real quick while Logus watches the helm?
Absolutely, my friend. What can I do for you?
I'd really like to try and convince this feisty little halfling not to murder us all in her sleep or our sleep.
All right, go on.
I feel like maybe you've got the best words to get us out of this situation here. I don't know. We've all tried, but yeah, I literally have the opposite of a silver tongue, golden dragonborn, and that's part of my problem. My jokes aren't funny. It doesn't work. I'm not good. Can you help, please?
Blade's like, they're not for everyone, but I'm sure there's someone out there.
All right, I don't know. I feel like if we can just someone can explain to her again, like our situation. We weren't. It was our worst case scenario that happened. She saw our faces. She heard our names. She heard our ship name, and we're on a very delicate mission. So it was either kill her or us be killed. And we took the only other option, which was to take her with us. And that I'd be willing to give her some of the gold that she tries to steal in the first place. I don't expect her to, do this for free. Like I'm sure we're taking her away from other jobs that she could be doing to earn a income. So like she's gonna get paid. We're not killing her. So I don't know. I just feel like you'll be able to word this a lot better. And you might be able to convince her
Well,
that
I can certainly try. We haven't made a good first impression, but
we really haven't. We're just really not great at first impressions, are we?
I know there was multiple times there where I was thinking it'd just be easier to put her to sleep or charm her, but it just seemed like it was just going to add fuel to the fire, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to do that.
Logus is gonna hear Blade say charm and he's gonna walk up and don't you think, guys, it'd be better if we just treat her like a person rather than try to trick her magically like we've been doing? I feel like that's why she's mad at us.
That's why she's mad at you, Logus.
Look here, Gladier. It's not like you were going to do anything to help, you big lug. You were trying to kidnap her aggressively by force. At least this way she was at least somewhat peaceful and at peace with the situation.
We're not gonna get into this right now. It's. I love you, friend. I don't judge you. You did what you had to do. I did what I had to do. But why don't we just move forward?
That's
No
the
one,
wrong person on Gladier.
no one else's good berries need to be hurt today.
All right. So
Look,
Blake,
let's try this. Look, and I'm gonna pull out some rations and some water and take it over to Ario and slide it through the cage and um don't know if you're hungry or not, but here's some food.
yeah,
She kind of looks at it and looks over to you. What? Puts more magical enchantments on that? I don't need it. And she kicks the bowl of water and food out of the cage.
You're upset. You have every right to be. We didn't do it because we were trying to hurt you or anything, and I hope that you'll soon come to see that, but you do need to eat and drink you before something bad happens.
What, like getting
Um,
kidnapped and hauled out to sea?
I mean, there's worse things than being out at sea, little pirate. You could die
So you're
of
gonna add you're gonna
starvation,
you're
of
gonna add
course.
murder to your repertoire? I mean, you guys are really showing me your true colors, and I gotta say, it's not good.
I meant of starvation.
Blade I think Blade might step in at this point and just kind of be like, "All right, everyone. Perhaps it's been a crazy day, and as you can see, we've all been through quite a bit, um, including you, Ariel. I'm thinking it might be best for us to maybe talk in the morning and get a night's sleep, but know that you are not in danger with us. We are not killers. We're actually quite the opposite, and just know that and sleep with confidence."
She nods towards you as you have been typically the most non-threatening of this entire encounter. I don't think you actually put any spells or grapples upon her.
No, not yet. But kind of talking to everyone, it might be best that for now that we keep the ship moving, let our captain get his rest so that we can really get together as a group in the morning and really, come to terms and talk with one another and come up with an agreement that works for everyone, including you, Ariel. You are very important to us. Your skills are very desirable, and we would wish to not bring any sort of harm to you or yeah.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check, Blade.
Holy shit.
28.
She kind of looks around to the others and ponders your words for a minute. Well, you're pretty charming for a kidnapper. I'll hear you. I'll hear you out in the morning. You better have something good to say, charming man. She kind of winks at you as she just kind of goes back to sitting comfortably in the corner of her cage.
Blade will nod his head and wink back and just say, put his hands up in the air and kind of wiggle them and say, "No magic, just talking."
She's good.
It's a tinge of jealousy.
And with that, I think we're going to have to end our session for the night, boys.
Sounds good.
Oh,
Oh man, that session devolved into.
What
That was
the fuck have
bananas.
we done?
I mean, I just said put her in the chest and leave her on the beach, and all of a sudden we're kidnapping her.
She knew who we were.
She knew where we were, man. She knew the Dawn Treaders. She knew that we killed the queen. Like,
Hey, we didn't say that we killed the queen. We just tried to prove, and this is on me, I tried to prove we weren't slavers by showing the fact that we had killed slavers. Kind of thought that would win somebody over in a pirate village outside of Hordenshire.
Would have on a higher rule.
Oh, yeah, but unfortunately, even with the +6, I rolled dick tonight on pretty much everything. It led to some good RP, but I accomplished nothing that I feel like I should have with relative ease.
It's
And
like
now
it's like the
Logan
very
looks like
first Seaward campaign or Seaward session. You guys are already like raiding and pillaging. It's crazy.
we're literally like, how many of us are here? 1, 2, 5 of us. 5 dudes on a boat just kidnapped a female. Like, it doesn't look good.
We put her in a slave cage.
After assuring her you're not slavers, you both kidnapped her and imprisoned her and against her will.
Hey, in my
charming
defense,
her
she
onto
had
the
a
boat.
blade.
And then when she snapped out of being charmed, Locris just paralyzed her.
I just want to point out that I didn't roofie her.
It's all right. The bard fixed it.
Hey, I
Yeah.
dealt 0 damage, so everything I did was to protect the members.
I just feel like, honestly, going forward, the only person that should talk to her is Blade.
Well,
I have
not what technically Logus is gonna feel
No,
compelled
Logus.
to fix
No.
this because he's not a bad guy and he was trying to help and I don't like both Anthony and Logus doesn't like he's getting that reputation. I was trying to help the group.
I understand your intentions were true.
it
I
just
mean, we
the
know the reality, but the game is something else.
I mean,
I
I
even asked
also
her for consent.
I try to
sounds
fire
worse.
and carry her back to the ship, but at this point in time, I feel like the only communication should be with Blade.
I should have just let you forcefully take her while she's kicking and screaming and I could have been an innocent bystander.
Anthony, I have to say, of all of the moments we've had, that was definitely top 3 of my favorite Anthony moments. Was you so respectfully being like, "All right, now to the group, I am with consent going to reach in the back pocket to remove the coin."
Yeah, you have to, even nowadays in the fantasy world.
As Lady was holding
Consent.
her up by manacle.
Can I reach into your back pocket with consent? And then 5 minutes later, hey, yo, girl.
Technically, I never made it creepy. She was the one that was flirting with me. I
I,
never said anything back.
dude, I'm fucking with you, man.
Well,
It's just funny because Anthony's, accidentally misgendering his own hawk and then correcting it and apologizing to the hawk, asking for
Hey man,
consent before.
Logus is very PC. Oh, dude, that's great. It's got to be one of my favorite role playing sessions. That was fucking bananas.
That was everything I wanted out of a first session. It makes sense that we're just flubbing. Well, I'm flubbing fucking sailing rolls with everything going on. I'm rusty. I've got a crew of people who've never sailed.
Oh yeah, your
If we had
ship.
rolled super well, it wouldn't have made sense.
all right,
Oh
fellas,
god.
I gotta take off. But as always, keep in touch on the channels, and we'll do this thing again here soon. Yeah.
Absolutely, boys.
Looking
Hell of a
forward to next
session.
week. All right.